We protected Medicaid. We protected Medicaid.
You protected Medicaid. That is the worst lie I've ever heard a human being tell. You fucking liars. Shut the fuck up. You're lying. That's the worst lie I've ever heard a human tell that's still alive anyways.
Nebraska hospitals now have the money to be able to operate, whether it's David City.
After you stole it all, you fucking piece of shit, tax the rich.
Or West Point. Or Lincoln.
After you stole all the money, that's why you're here. That's why you're here. You're like that. You're like that monorail guy. You've been sent by the Republicans to rip us off.
Yeah. You look like you could use it. Well, what
I could use a drink after the death of my country. I could. Yeah. Give me 29 blends. Sure could go for 29 bottles of vodka right now.
Some extra blend for the roll.
Yeah, give me some extra blend, bitch, next time. I know you're kidding, but I actually mean it. Give me some fucking blend right now, the fucker. Give me some blend right now, bitch.
That's why I voted for that bill.
I like drugs so much, I fiend for drugs on video games. It's my chair. This chair is the difference between me getting blend and not getting blend. Don't get in my fucking face. I'm getting the blend. Fuck off. I'm getting the blend. Fuck off. I'm getting this fucking blend. It is hilarious, I gotta say, it's fucking hilarious to see an entire town hall of Nebraskans eat a fucking piece of shit Griftonomics Republican alive as he tries to lie and steal. It's actually really weird. I kind of want to do a movie about it a little bit. Yeah, like as you try and steal from us, you know, it's just kind of funny. Look at that little smile on your face. He knows that, yeah, at the end of the day, there's a really big full bank account waiting for him, so he'll just fuck anybody. He'll fuck America. He doesn't care. He's a corrupt politician. He'll fuck America. Look at that weird twisted grin on his fucking face. Jesus Christ. You guys talking is really bumming me out. I'm just gonna fucking shut it off entirely. Shut the fuck up, Bethesda.
With that, Kim, let's go ahead and take questions.
Oh my God! You know what it reminds me of? It reminds me of how to drink, how to paint, blend drinks, and treadmill. Right? Do you guys remember this? How to drink, how to blend drinks, and treadmill. He takes calls from the outside. Let's paint, exercise, and blend drinks, right?
Are today. We're caller number 25. Hello, caller. Where are you calling from?
I'm calling from LA.
Yeah, LA.
I'm calling from LA.
Well, like, what are you gonna draw with that red paint? You know, like I kind of had an idea. You remind me, opinion.
Shoot it out, man. Shoot it out.
Yeah, like you could draw like maybe a guy with red, like signifying like blood. You know?
Right. Some sort of bloody thing.
Fuck fucking Santa Monica.
Fuck you, okay. Santa Monica.
All right, now.
Don't be like that. Don't be like that. Don't be like that. Come on.
And here's what I would say. I totally understand that you may disagree with what I'm saying, but if somebody has a question, let's let them ask the question without interrupting them. Because they are standing in line, they're here to get an answer, and we will do it.
And we will do it.
Okay, so we'll start here with the questions. Congressman,
She's like, you really want to do this, huh? You really want to do this, yeah? You're really hell bent on doing this.
start here.
She's like, you want this? You want this? You fucking idiot. She's like, here's the moment of no return. You're about to unleash. You're about to unleash the floodgates of all of the fucking wrath that we have towards Republicans in this country. She's like, are you sure you want this? Are you sure you want this? I can shut off the mic right now.
Okay.
She's like, all right, you want this. You can see this look on her face. She's like, my God, I work for a fucking moron. Women make me crack up the worst. Women's responses always make me laugh the most. Watching women respond to jackasses is one of the most like my favorite things. Watching women respond to jackasses. She's like, I can't believe you did this, you fucking jackass. I can imagine she's writing this scathing email in her mind right now. She's like, I can't believe you did this, you fucking jackass. All right, fine. Here, open Pandora's box. Here we go.
I need you to be calm for just a second. I need you to be
calm for just a second. Yeah, probably about a second. Yeah.
Question. So.
Okay.
It was about one. Yeah.
How could
Two.
you
Yeah,
vote
it was about one. It was about one.
The big
It was about two. It was about two.
bill, knowing that it would increase the national
Big
debt
beautiful dick.
by $3 to $4 trillion. And then please don't say that economic growth will cover it.
Well, the reality is, we need to increase our GDP in order to get out of the mess we're in with the debt. So we cut almost $2 trillion out of federal spending, plus the extension of the tax cuts, plus the no tax on tips. So let's go back to President Obama in 2012.
Let's not do that. Let's not do that. It's 2025. Why the fuck are you referring to a president who hasn't been president in 3 terms? Why the fuck are we going back there, Republican? I'll tell you why. Because you got 50 billion bags of dicks in your effing mouth, you stupid white piece of shit. Let's all talk about Obama, shall we? You know, the one president that didn't totally get convicted of 9/11 or COVID or Afghanistan or whatever. Let's talk about the one president who didn't, war crime us in the last 15 years.
You're going to agree with me when I'm done.
No, we aren't. You're Delulu. You're Delulu. Can you hear the crowd right now, Delulu? Hey, Delulu. You kind of want to bang on his Republican head because he's been banging that against bricks his whole life. Looking for his father's approval or whatever. He's been banging that idiot head against the fucking brick wall all of his life looking for his father's approval or whatever.
So back in 2012...
Back in 2012, you mean 13 years ago? This is 2025. What the fuck? I don't even remember 2012. I mean, I'm sure there was a president, and I'm sure there was, some stuff going on. But it's 2025. Why are we referring to 2012? Are you just playing some blame game? You want to dredge up some old president who's 3 terms passed or something and try to denigrate their fucking name instead of actually providing leadership as they demand it right now to your fucking face?
President Obama,
dick riding Obama. Dick riding Obama for you, dick riding Obama for me.
extended the Bush tax cuts. And the CBO baseline score was calculating the tax cuts going away, and the Obama White House said, no, we disagree with that. So many of you that are in the Democratic Party have to look at how consistent we are and where we're at with the CBO. And the reality is, when President Trump passed the 2017 tax cuts, we saw explosive growth in this country. saw explosive
What growth? What growth? What explosive growth? We can't even afford a fucking car, you piece of shit, bald-faced traitor liar.
COVID slowed our progress.
I couldn't afford the car that I came in here. I bummed a ride.
Obvious reasons.
I mean, I know most of the people in the crowd bummed a ride or took fucking public transport to even get here. I guarantee it. We can't even afford a car, motherfucker. What are you talking about? Explosive growth, you fucking piece of shit. Bald-faced traitor, Pinocchio liar.
But the way CBO is scoring this was objected to.
Lie right to our fucking faces. Fucking scummy piece of worthless shit. Lie right to our fucking faces, Republican cocksucker.
Obama in 2012.
Like your daddy Trump. Go get bent over. Take it in your fucking ass from Donald Trump. Go I think that's a much better role for you. Just shut the fuck up and go and spread it for Donald Trump.
Objected to by President Trump and the United States Congress Republicans in 2025.
Next question. Okay.
I can't believe you're getting fucking excommunicated by Nebraska, pretty much the most right-wing state there is. There's like 5 really, truly right-wing fucking states. There's Montana, Idaho, Wyoming, Nebraska, and Georgia. There's a few others, you know, but no, not really. No, those are like the big 5. And it's weird that you're getting bounced out of Nebraska, which is pretty much right-wing farmers. I mean, I'm sorry, but I've been there. It's rolling farms as long as the eye can see for 15 hours or something. I don't even know what it is. It's like 8 hours. They're just driving through fucking corn fields. It's a farmer state. Filled with right-wingers who are just not as dumb as you fucking dumb Trumper hokey piece of shit. Suck my fucking dick, right-wing conservative dumb okie. Dumb good old boy. Suck my dick.
Why did you cut SNAP and healthcare research?
Because you don't have a soul. Just admit it. I have the answer for him. He doesn't have a soul. I can say it right in the crowd. He doesn't have a soul. He doesn't have a soul. He doesn't have a soul. He sold out to Satan and the highest bidder.
We do not have unlimited money in the United States.
Yeah, because you stole it all, piece of shit. Tax the rich. Tax the rich. Tax the rich. Tax the rich. Tax the rich.
$60 billion on SNAP. During
tax the rich. Tax the rich. Tax the rich. Tax the rich.
I mean,
tax
COVID,
the rich.
We had a situation where we had a worldwide pandemic. We had people that couldn't work. There was a need for extra food. Supplemental nutrition programs. What we did, this Congress, 2 things. We returned our spending on SNAP to our pre-pandemic level of 2019 at $60 billion. And we also said to states that have low error rates, and Nebraska has low error rates, that there's going to be incentive for states that do it right, and there's going to be a disincentive for states that have a high error rate. Now, you may disagree with the actual number we arrived at, but going from 60 billion one year to 100 billion the next year, that was the COVID pandemic. The pandemic is gone. People have gone back to work. We are now at the 2019 levels, which I think are acceptable.
Are you saying that we're 5 years back in there? You know, it's like two steps forward, 5 years back.
Next question.
Okay, and what is the national debt ceiling limit, and what is the current national debt?
Our current national debt is approaching $37 trillion. $37 trillion. In fact, to make that real for all of you, every Nebraska family pays about $3,000 of your hard-earned wages every year to service that debt. That's a
Why are you talking about it like it's some kind of victory?
table issue. That is a kitchen table issue.
Yeah.
Every single Nebraska family pays $3,000 to service the debt.
Because of you! Because of you! Because of Donald Trump! Because of Joe Biden! Because of the fucking politicians!
Okay, we'll go to the audience for their first questions.
Oh my
Okay, let's
God,
let her
I
speak.
can't believe we're doing this.
Our first question comes from this fine lady.
Hi, I implore you to be quiet so that we can hear his responses. Remember, Mike's coming up for a re-election, and we'd really like to know what his responses are. I'm Rosina. I write you emails with concerns.
Goddamn right, let this lady speak. She stood in line for hours. Let her speak.
Of your voting behavior regarding Trump and his actions. You support him, especially confirming the cabinet. Your responses are riddled with misinformation and lies. I fact check you, and then I send the responses back. And I get crickets. So I actually asked Deb through Carter, thank you Carter for answering the phone and being so very patient. I asked, who does the oversight for the fact checking? Well, Deb Shore does. Deb Shore's a good human. I've known her for a long time. But our oversight of these emails need to be fact checked. If I am fact checking them because they are wrong in your response, I send them back to you and I get crickets, I get kind of bummed. And this is not about partisan, this is about issues, because we're about to lose our democracy.
Testify, sister!
Well, first of all, I would tell you, I totally agree with you. Carter Smith from Shelby is a wonderful person, and Deb Shore does a lot of things in the office, but I don't want to put that all on her. There are people in my Washington office that also assist me as I write back to you. I don't know what emails you sent specifically because
There are plenty of them.
I'm sure. And here's what I would say to you. You are right as a constituent to want to go through this with me, and I will, with your help.
No, you don't listen to us, you piece of shit. Get canceled and fired, asshole. You don't listen to us.
Talk to Deb. We will go through your emails. We'll go through my responses. You can come to my office and we'll
There are people that aren't crackpot, that have jobs, who have worked in this community as Sebastians all of their lives, who have a lot to tell you about systems and what you're doing wrong. You don't listen to them. You don't deserve the position you have. Get fired.
down and go through every one of them. It may take me about 2 weeks because I need to get all that done, okay?
Sir, you will need to do that with a lot of people.
Well, here's the deal.
Here's the deal. Fascist says, here's the deal.
Game tonight.
We've heard this before. Here's the deal. He's got power, you don't.
You asked me a question. I'm willing to do it with you because you matter. I represent you. I'm happy to sit down with you. I will add one thing.
You don't listen to her.
The United States House of Representatives does not confirm the cabinet. That belongs in the U.S. Senate, just for clarity, okay? Thank you very much for being here. Connect with Deb.
Thoughts
I'm
and
happy to sit
prayers,
down.
thoughts and prayers.
Congressman Flood, I come from 11 generations of military citizens who have served this nation.
Woo!
I've seen the long-term effects of service on veterans' health and on well-being. This budget reconciliation bill that you support threatens to cut all of their benefits and support programs that go along with that. How can you stand behind this bill that erodes the very services that people like me, my family, our families, and younger vets coming home today rely on to live decent, healthy lives?
Testify, brother and
First of
father.
all, thank you for your service to the country, and thank you to the generations of service to the country.
Please,
At my
don't
first
say
town hall, I had the
vote
opportunity
against me.
At the first town hall, the main issue that I took away from that was concerns about veterans benefits, not only in the proposed bill, but just with the new secretary coming in. I met personally with the veterans secretary, We went over everything, and I will tell you, our Veterans Affairs are going to be better than they've been in a long time under this president. The secretary, we sat down for the better part of an hour, and I would have to get my notes from that meeting, but I asked a lot of questions that came from that Columbus town hall. And when the time is right, and I have that in front of me, I will go through that. But I truly believe that number one, our veterans served our country. They were made a promise that we will provide their health care.
You denied it, stole the money, and now you've tied it up in red tape and you said fuck you to the veterans. Admit it, right-wing cocksucker. You don't like veterans. What did Trump say? What did Trump say about the vets? What's the most controversial thing Trump has said about veterans? Yeah, this guy, he doesn't represent anybody.
15.
I have a record of supporting, as a member of the legislature, our state veterans homes, and I have a record in our Congress of supporting veterans, and I will be happy to get more information from the secretary. If you have specific programs you're concerned about, please reach out to Taylor and get us that information. Thank you.
Issue over.
The next question right here.
My question is fiscal. With 450 million FEMA dollars being reallocated to open Alligator Alcatraz and 600 million taxpayer FEMA dollars being used to now open more concentration camps and ICE burning through $8.4 million a day to illegally detain people, how much does it cost for fascism? How much do the taxpayers have to pay for a fascist country?
I don't want you to have a job anymore, fascist!
Americans went to the polls in November, and they had a choice between a Democratic candidate that had no border, no enforcement, fentanyl, drugs, human trafficking. And they had a choice between that and a candidate that said, close the border, get illegal immigrants out of our country. Stop the fentanyl, stop the human trafficking, stop the drugs, stop the crime.
Stop the human trafficking from the Epstein Trump?
Stop the violence. That's what...
You mean the guy who purchased humans from traffickers?
Americans voted for. Americans voted for a...
Yeah, we voted for somebody who purchased trafficked human beings. Little girls on the Lolita Express. You can talk your bullshit, motherfucker, but we don't hear it.
For a border...
We don't want to hear it. Get off the stage. Boo! 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 Boo!
Next question. So how can you justify taking health care away from 78,000 Nebraskans?
As I explained before,
she herself wants to
$700
know.
million coming into the state of Nebraska for Nebraska hospitals. We have a state where our infrastructure is going to be supported, is going to be funded, and is going to be available for the people that need it. If you are able to work and you're 28 years old and you choose not to work, you don't get free health care in America.
Boo! If you're a politician and you're fucking 54 years old and you've done nothing but stab us in the back since the day we elected you, you don't get to keep your job anymore. Boo! Which one's worse, the do-nothing politician or the do-nothing 28-year-old?
If you are in this country
Boo!
illegally, you do not get free health care in America.
Take your bullshit somewhere else, liar!
Okay, next question is, economic development depends on energy development. The fastest, cheapest resources to bring online are wind, solar, and storage. Plus, we can produce it right here in Nebraska. What are you doing to promote our clean energy industry?
Good question. I think that's a great question. I believe in an all-of-the-above strategy for energy, which means nuclear as well. I agree with nuclear. As I'm from
You
a part
agree
of the
with
state where we
nuclear?
have a lot of wind-generated power. I'm from a part of the state where we have solar power. There has to be a balance. And in our state, we have to make sure, and I love the battery storage idea. I think when battery storage becomes relevant and it works and it's there for Nebraskans.
We can have the Matrix battery.
Well, the technology isn't to the point where it can be used all the time.
Where we can't plug humans into it yet, no. Oh, I lost the track.
Talking to local bankers about what the that I have in this district. And sir, I believe in law enforcement. Thank you.
These are markers of fascism. I have read
Industrial always part of that array of opportunity, and not shutting down our coal plants when they provide consistent baseload generation of power all the time. So I think that's a very good question. And as Americans, what we need to do is we need to pick an energy policy. We need to put it in the statutes, in the code, so that industry, energy providers can count on that stability so that they can make long-term investments. The way it's gone from President Obama, you know, he had to President Trump, to President Biden, there's been a regulatory whiplash every 4 years. Right or wrong, I'm just saying, energy providers aren't willing to make an investment where there's wild changes all the time.
Next question. Okay, next question. Why are you covering up the Epstein files?
Let's be very clear. At the next pro forma session of the Congress, you'll find my name as a sponsor on a resolution from the House Rules Committee to release the Epstein files to protect the victims and not re-victimize them again. I support Jamie Comer, who is the House's Oversight Committee Chairman, subpoenaing Ms. Maxwell later this month to come testify in Washington. I am for the release of those records.
We have a question right here.
So my comments are about the debt and how we can fix our debt. So tax U.S. stock trades, raise the Social Security cap to $400,000 and the Medicare rate to $200,000. Eliminate corporate subsidies, especially for the military industrial complex. Appropriately staff the IRS so they can target rich tax cheats. Ignore the Gomer Norquist contract that you signed and raise taxes on the rich. Broaden the tax base by closing loopholes, the carried interest offshore tax havens, and adjust rates on high earners. And there's more, but...
That's quite the Christmas list. You got a lot of stuff on there.
I mean, you know, he's doing leadership. You aren't, you fucking cocksucker.
I will receive that as input. I don't exactly know where I'd even start answering that question other than...
Yeah, because...
We cut next to $2 trillion of federal spending with
with
the bill we passed, and we protected Medicaid.
Next question.
Question right here.
There's a saying that silence is complicity. Your silence tells us that you have no problem with the January 6th attack on the Capitol. The pardoning of all those involved, the big lie about the 2020 election with absolutely no evidence. These are all markers. These are markers of fascism. I have read a dozen or so.
Go fact yourself. Go fact yourself.
Books on authoritarianism and fascism. You said in Seward that you were not a fascist. Your complicity says otherwise. Have you ever spoken out against this administration and its Project 2025, which is a fascist machine? Have you ever spoken out? There are a number of people, it's been reported many times in the news that there are a number of our colleagues, Republican colleagues, who do not like this man and they speak against him behind closed doors in private. Maybe you're one of them. There is a thing, profiles encourage. Why don't any of you, because you know better, what is wrong with you? What is wrong with you?
Sir, I want to be very clear with you. Give me a chance to answer his question, I'd be happy to.
What's wrong with you, piece of shit? What's wrong with you?
Fascists don't hold town halls with open question and answer series.
Yes, they do. Yes, they do. Fascists do hold open town halls. Yeah. Yes, they do. Doing it right now.
And I will tell you this. I support law enforcement. And what happened
Yeah, because you're a fascist.
on January 6, 2021 was not right, and I'm on the record saying so. I'm sure you can.
Congratulations.
I support law enforcement.
Like everybody else in the world.
I have prided myself.
Yeah,
on
you only support law enforcement. Yep.
supporting law enforcement since I began as a member of the Judiciary Committee in 2005, and we started working on child sexual assault. We started working on the sex offender registry. We started working on all of these different DWI laws to make our streets safer. I believe in law enforcement. I believe in the rule of law. I believe in the rule of law. It matters to me. We have a lot of people that need to know when I see something that I don't agree with, I don't run to the TV station as my first stop. I try to stop it before it gets worse. I try to stand up and go to work to represent the people that I have in this district. And sir, I believe in law enforcement. Thank you.
Next question.
All right, we have another question right here.
I believe in fair taxation, but I disagree with personally benefiting at the expense of lower-income Nebraska citizens. Trump is a pathological liar, and citizens can't believe a word that comes from the convicted felon's mouth. Keeping Nebraska in mind, what actions are you going to support or initiate that will provide health care and food assistance for low-income families, protect Medicare, not increase the national debt, unmask the ICE terrorists, close Alligator Auschwitz, and impeach Trump if he pardons Ghislaine Maxwell?
We protected Medicaid and saved taxpayers millions of dollars from waste, fraud, and abuse. This program over the long term will spend money that we cannot afford if we don't protect it for those that need it. There are vulnerable people that need Medicaid. There are pregnant women that need Medicaid. There are folks that need to be in a nursing home that need Medicaid. We need to figure out how to keep more people.
My people seem to be really upset about Alligator Alcatraz. So let's go look at it. Yeah. National Geographic did a special 2 years ago about Drain Alcatraz, the world's most notorious prison. Drain the Ocean special. Oh no, never mind. Why is Asmongold up here with 805,000 views?
Florida lawmakers finally got a chance to go inside the state's new detention facility in the Everglades. You've probably heard it's being dubbed Alligator Alcatraz. And while Florida state officials say that conditions there are better than inside some U.S. prisons, Democratic lawmakers, they're not convinced.
What we saw, the conditions that we saw inside this internment camp, which it is nothing less than that description, were really appalling.
Well, they say they were not allowed to see the units where migrants were actually being detained, just the empty ones. Florida State Representative Angie Nixon was there. She joins me now. Representative Nixon, what stood out to you most? What did you see?
What stood out, thanks for having me, Victor. What stood out to me the most was going into the caged facility and witnessing where they housed over 32 grown men together with only 3 toilets, and those toilets were the same places that the folks would get their water from. And it was really appalling and disheartening to see. Not only that, but the director of Florida, the Department of Emergency Management, he was very evasive in his questioning. We often asked who were the vendors and things like that, and they continually said, oh, you have to file a public records request. They were very evasive. At the end of the day, this is a $450 million taxpayer dollar facility, internment camp, that was just done for a political stunt. When Ron DeSantis just previously, a few days before, vetoed appropriations that could have addressed mental health in our communities, that could have addressed the rising cost of home insurance, he decided to do and partake in this political stunt with Donald Trump, and it's just very upsetting.
So was there anything that was off limits that you were not allowed to see?
Yeah, so I just want to be clear. There were 2 tours that happened. I was in the second tour, and apparently the first tour ran a little long, and many of my colleagues stated that some of the detainees were shouting freedom, freedom in Spanish. And when we came in for the second tour, we were rushed, and they kept making mention that there were rains about to come. And so we were not able to see the detainees in the place where they sleep. We were able to see detainees in the intake area, and they were saying muy mal, meaning bad in English. And so toward the end of the tour, we were still supposed to have a lot of time. They rushed us out, stating that there was a security issue and they had to put us on lock. They had to put the facility on lockdown. But we know that it was more than likely because they didn't want us to see the flooding that would be taking place if the rains came. They rushed us off, didn't say bye. It was very upsetting. And the fact that we are hearing reports from multiple families that go against everything that the directors and the vendors were saying in regards to them not having access to food, not having access to showers, and it just shows that they have a lot to hide, which is why me and 4 other lawmakers decided to file a lawsuit, because Ron DeSantis and his administration continually overreaches, they continually lack transparency. The fact that Ron DeSantis and Donald Trump are now offering these no-bid contracts to throw up these makeshift detention centers, these makeshift internment camps, should put us all on notice as Americans that this is not the type of America we want to see.
Yeah, that was my question to you, that you're in the same predicament as congressional Democrats in the minority in the legislature. And so with this information that you have gained, with the knowledge you have after the tour, what do you do with it?
Yes. So we filed a lawsuit because it is our statutory right to be able to pop up at these facilities unannounced. And initially on last week, they blocked me and 4 other legislators from coming into the facility. And so we are suing Ron DeSantis, James Ootmeyer, who is
Ron
an appointed,
DeSantis.
not elected Attorney General, because of the things that they're doing here. We feel that they have a lot of things that they are hiding. And look, at the end of the day, this was simply a hyper-curated, super sanitized field trip. And we should be concerned as Americans, as people who should have humanity, that my Republican colleagues are trying to make this a joke about how harsh they can name this facility and really how harsh they can treat people. But right now they're simply not being transparent. We are hearing horrible reports coming out of the facility. And again, it is a waste of taxpayer dollars.
Well,
the
Department of Homeland Security says that this will be replicated in other places, if not in Florida, but across the country as well, and will reimburse these states for these facilities. Florida State Representative Angie Nixon, I got to go, but I thank you so much for sharing the report from your visit to the facility. Some Florida members of Congress, Democrats specifically, they finally got a chance to go inside the state's new detention facility in the Florida Everglades. You've heard it referred to as the Alligator Alcatraz. That's a name that the state's attorney general has given it. It's also embraced by the Trump administration. And while Florida officials, the state officials, maintain the conditions there are better than in some U.S. prisons, Democratic lawmakers, they're not convinced.
What we saw, the conditions that we saw inside.
People in their home receiving care because we can't afford everybody going to the nursing home. So, sir, we, in my opinion, as your representative, with the $700 million coming into the state, the $50 billion rural hospital fund that we worked on, and
defense manual,
the common sense protections of requiring people to work if they want free health care, and no illegal immigrants getting health care for free, I think that's entirely reasonable.
Okay, next question. How are farmers supposed to survive as a result of this budget bill?
Could you repeat that?
Yes. How are farmers supposed to survive as a result of this budget bill?
Well, I'll tell you what. I actually have this number right here. We actually, and it was in one of my slides, 1 year ago, almost to this day, we were at the State Chamber fly-in, and I was the first in our congressional delegation to sound the alarm about the farm economy. I've been talking to community bankers across this state that are worried that a lot of our producers, with corn at $3.80 a bushel and soybeans down from what they should be and higher inputs, are going to have trouble making their payments. And I started to talking to local bankers about what this year's operational notes renewal would be. We made it. We made it through that. Actually, that's not true. I'll talk to you about that in a second. In December, we provided $10 billion in economic aid to America's farmers, mostly for the American Southeast, Georgia, Mississippi, those states. I tell you what, though, I am worried about next year for our farmers and ranchers. I am worried about it. And let me tell you a couple of things that we did do. We put a $59 billion increase for the Ag Safety Net programs, which is a $9 billion increase over the prior fiscal year. And you're not going to like this next part, some of you, but President Biden did no trade deals in 4 years. He did not stand up for Nebraska farmers when it came to white corn and the ban for the Mexican president's wife. Farmers and ranchers in this state are going to get a far better deal from Donald Trump's trade negotiations than we ever got under President Biden.
You're
And this is the
Delulu.
only way to improve our chances to grow our farm income.
Okay, next question. Okay, next question is, what specific action are you taking to defund or continue support to Israel and their aggressions on the West Bank and genocide against Palestinians living in Gaza?
I have said from the start, what happened on October 8th was an abomination. Well, October 7th, sorry. I support Israel. America has no better ally than Israel. And they have every right to root out Hamas and these evil terrorists, whether they're in Gaza, whether it's Hezbollah, whether it's the Houthis, whether it's the Iranians. They live under threat of nuclear and vicious attack every single day. I also believe that our country, working with Israel, needs to do everything we can to get those children food. No American wants any child, no matter the place they live, to ever suffer. But you got to remember, we're dealing with Hamas. They use these Palestinians as human shields in their pursuit of terror and destruction against Israelis. So I support Israel. I support Israel. I support Israel.
Next question. Next question, how do you intend to ensure the accuracy of reporting on job and economic statistics?
I don't know what the situation was with the Department of Labor person. Neither do you. I don't know. I don't know. I can tell you, I've been an employer for a lot of years, and there's always two sides to every story. And I don't know what that side was. I will say this, though. If all that person did was get the data out there, if all that, and I don't know that's the case, but if that's all they did, I would not have fired her. I mean, to be honest, but I don't know because things are complicated. It's easy to listen to a 30-second story on TV and think that you know all the details. I don't know all the details. But I'm sure we will be talking about that when I get back to Washington in September.
Next question from the audience, please. Next question from the audience.
We have a question right here.
Yes, first of all, I'd ask you please not to refer it to that monstrosity as the big beautiful bill.
It's the name of the bill, though.
We know better. We know better. My question concerns veterans.
We know better.
Again, I asked you in March about cuts for veterans, cuts that will hurt veterans. I didn't really find your answer to the gentleman earlier adequate. How are cuts to the VA going to improve VA services? Also, what about the thousands of veterans who have lost their federal positions? And what about how that big ugly bill, let me finish. How about how that big ugly bill is going to disproportionately affect veterans who need SNAP and other benefits? Finally, what about the veterans who are seeing family members who have done nothing wrong being picked up by masked ICE agents?
Okay, so first of all,
my question
to
is
your
this.
first point there, the bill is actually called the One Big Beautiful Bill, and I'm not going to tiptoe around what the answers are because that's the bill that passed. And when President Biden passed the Inflation Reduction Act, that's what we called it, even though it did the opposite. as it relates to the VA cuts, what specific cut are you talking about so I can understand? Give me a specific example.
It is specifically general cuts in the VA's overall budget. I want to know, when are you going to stand up to the bully in chief and his disrespectful, un-American, cruel cuts that hurt our veterans?
See, this issue came up in Columbus in May, and I went to the Veterans Secretary. And the system, when we're done, will be better for veterans, it will be more efficient, and we'll have better services. I am confident of that. You cannot cite a specific program because I went to him specifically and said, show me where these cuts are. We went through it, I've got the data, I've got the notes, I've got all the information I need. And I will be very public about showing you what is happening with veterans as soon as I get the opportunity to avail myself of my notes. But I am very confident. President Trump, this Congress, the Veterans Administration, we are working hard for veterans, and we will deliver for veterans.
Nah, you've been stabbing us in the back. Stop lying, piece of shit.
We are protecting veterans, we are protecting Medicaid, we are getting results, and we are pursuing growth. That is what's happening right now. Protection, results, and growth. Thank you.
Okay. Next question, Taylor. Next question, Taylor.
Congressman Flood, as the president of the UNL College Republicans, thank you for being here. And these first 8 months of President Trump's has been a momentous occasion for young people looking for job opportunities, buying houses, and starting families. How are we going to continue the momentum that we've made for our next generation and keep the promise of the American dream?
Thanks for coming tonight. It's nice to have you here.
Thanks for coming tonight.
You know, one of the challenges we have right now in America is that a lot of people his age want to own a home, and it's getting harder and harder and harder. And there's a variety of reasons that happens.
You are the reason.
Number one, whose home insurance premium went up this year?
Mine.
Okay, we all did.
Mine.
What's driving that? Two things: weather peril and third-party litigation. Third-party litigation. This is where a foreign government sovereign growth fund can come into a Georgia state court, hand a plaintiff's lawyer $1.5 million, and that plaintiff's lawyer suddenly has all the experts they ever needed. They game the system for a $20 million verdict, and they walk away with $10 million. That's what's happening in our property and casualty space right now. These aren't partisan issues. These are issues that we have to solve as Americans. Today, I toured a project here in Lincoln where NeighborWorks Lincoln is building 12 units. 12 units on space where only 3 could have been built before. And they're excited about the One Big Beautiful Bill's affordable housing tax credits that get increased under the law, which are used by a lot of folks here in Lincoln. By the way, your mayor and city council, they set a goal of 5,000 new units by 2030. They are halfway there, and this city will see more housing growth, more affordable housing growth, more market rate housing, and more affordable housing with a price point of $200,000 because of the resources that they're currently using. Thank you.
One more question.
We have a question right here.
God bless you, Congressman Flood, for doing this and what you endured. Congratulations on your nomination to the chair of the Main Street Caucus. Can you please tell us how this position will benefit Nebraskans?
Thank you very much for that question. So you might have read in the paper, I was recently unanimously elected by 83 members of the Republicans in the House to chair the Main Street Caucus, which is a group of people that meet weekly, sometimes a couple times a week, to talk about where we want to go in the House of Representatives. And we believe in passing a budget. We believe in appropriators appropriating money. We believe in medical research. We believe in ag research. We believe in science research. I want you to know that. We also believe in a balanced budget. We believe in a strong, secure border. We believe in protecting Medicaid, getting results, and growing our country. And so with this new role that I have, I will have an opportunity more often to interact with the White House, with the cabinet secretaries, to interact with my Democratic colleagues that are in leadership, to deliver for the people of Nebraska and specifically the 1st District. I appreciate the question. I'm honored to do it, and I hope it results in results for all of you, and we can move this country forward. Thank you.
Okay, next question is from this.
Oh, okay.
Representative Flood, I was born and raised here, and I'm a full-time student at UNL. So the recent $20 million in cuts due to declining federal and state funding is deeply concerning to me. With ongoing efforts from Trump administration to dismantle the Department of Education and reduce support who will protect and grow funding for Nebraska's public universities. And if the state is also struggling to fund education due to budget deficits, who makes up the shortfalls? Are we working families, students expected to foot the bill?
So, it's a very good question. I've always been a big supporter of the University of Nebraska-Lincoln. I attended college here. I had a great education. My number one legislative priority is getting money for the USDA Ag Research Service. I have met with your professors. I've urged them to stay on the job, to go through this transition with us. We need precision agriculture. I met today with one of your physics professors to talk about this. I believe in the research funding. In some cases, this funding has been temporarily paused. More often than not, that's what's going on. But I will tell you this, there's been a lot of money without much oversight for too long in this country, and there's waste, fraud, and abuse out there. And so you have to deal with it. You have to deal with it. I will tell you this.
It's you.
I am at bat for the University of Nebraska-Lincoln every single day. I'm at bat for our community colleges. I'm at
TPS
bat for
reports.
Concordia University.
TPS reports.
I go to work for all of these people.
TPS
they
reports.
Matter to me.
No.
Education matters.
TPS reports.
Universities matter.
No.
UNL is important. It's one of the
No, you don't
economic
care
drivers
about
of the
them.
state. So is UNO. So are our state colleges. And if you check my record, I have
Why
been
are you
a supporter
fighting
of
with the
post-secondary
people?
education since I got into the legislature.
Okay, next question.
Why are you fighting with the people?
Next question. You're the housing subcommittee chair. What can be done to make housing cheaper?
Well, there's a lot of things that we have to deal with right now, and most notably, making housing cheaper. There's a lot of people paying more in their property taxes and their insurance premium than in their principal and interest. That's one challenge we have. We have seen 20% inflation since 2020, which has made it harder.
Why would you bring that up?
Do some innovative things. I think one of those is we need to start collecting credit information on renters who pay their rental bill every
Credit
month. We need to start
information?
collecting it on those that pay
You
their
sound like
cell bill every month.
Equifax, deep state
It's hard
piece
to
of
get credit
cocksucking
sometimes
shit.
in your 20s. And there's a way to do it now with artificial intelligence and all the technology out
They're
there. I
Americans.
totally
They
support
need
that.
homes. What the fuck are
We
you
increased
talking
the
about?
affordable housing, LIHTC tax
You weird
credits, which is a
middlemen,
big
pieces
start.
of
That
shit,
was in the one
pencil
big
neck
beautiful bill. And I
cocksuckers
have a
stealing
bill
all the
that I
money.
marked
Fuck
up on a
you.
bipartisan
I want to
basis
see your
with Emmanuel
taxes.
Cleaver from Kansas City, the ranking member, longtime Democrat, former mayor of Kansas City, that I think will make it easier to access the close to $3 billion in federal money that cities like Lincoln and Omaha and Seward and Norfolk and Columbus get. So the Senate just passed unanimously, almost, a housing bill. We're going to pass one in the House. I'm leading it. Hopefully in October, November, we'll be able to come to terms between the two chambers and present the president with a bill for his signature.
Okay, next question is, Democrats have labeled the OBBB as a disaster. Please explain why they are wrong.
Well, I think I've done a good job tonight of giving you my opinion on the one big beautiful bill. Hey, is any bill perfect? No. Is any bill gonna get everybody to sign on and say yes? But this bill did pass. It was signed by the president. And just like the major achievements of prior administrations, This one will provide certainty to Americans on what their taxes will be going into 2026. And this includes a continuation of the tax cuts. The bill protects Medicaid. It gets results, and it's pro-growth.
Taylor, questions from
We have a question right here.
Howdy. Thank you for being here, Congressman Flood, but I do have a question. Outside, roughly 10 minutes before we were let in, you went up to me, I shook your hand, I looked you in the eyes, and you immediately pivoted to somebody else to talk to. Why are you unwilling to talk to someone in my age?
I'm not. I didn't mean to do that.
You immediately pivot, then your
I
gentleman
shook your
over there
hand, for God's
walked
sakes.
the
You were
photo
standing there with some
shoot
other
that saw
people.
me
Now you're
discuss
here. What do you want to talk about?
I want to ask, why does it seem like when you make your voting decisions, they're based on capital rather than the working class? Billionaires and corporations got their tax issues enshrined into law forever, but the working class gets a no tax on tips or overtime that only applies to some of us, and now we wind up in a situation where we are.
With all due respect, sir, the Republican Party, now more than ever, represents the heart and soul of the working class.
Bullshit! That's the worst lie I've ever heard in public, ever told.
So you go out to dinner after this, and your hardworking server
And
gets a
contemplate
tip.
the lie.
Thanks to the one big beautiful bill, she doesn't have to pay taxes on it.
I'm sorry.
88% of Americans are
I'm
gonna get
sorry this
relief
man's in
on
office.
paying taxes on their Social Security.
I
They
apologize.
earned it. We did the same thing at the Nebraska legislature. We've increased the standard deduction. And here's the one I think is the most important for the working class. We increased the child tax credit to $2,200 a year. That, my friends, is going to work for the working class of America.
We have another question right here.
Congressman, a lot's been talked about Medicaid, healthcare, etc. A lot of countries in the world, Europe, Canada, they have healthcare for the people there. Outside, just now you said, you don't want to see a lazy 28-year-old get healthcare, whatever. My point is, every working and retired American should be entitled to health care. Would you sign on or write up a bill for Medicare for all? We've got Medicare now. We can start rolling back the age 5, 10 years at a time. Would you support that?
We can't afford that.
Yes, you can.
Bullshit, you just pulled in $70 billion of those
Medicaid
tariffs. You're a
as the
fucking
safety
liar,
net
liar.
For those who cannot care for themselves, who are vulnerable, for those who are able-bodied and working. I will tell you this, and I cannot take any credit for it, President Trump is going to bring down prescription prices because the countries you mentioned have been paying way too little for way too long, and we've been subsidizing them. And if we as a country I want to pay the same price for the drugs that are in London as they are in Lincoln. And that has not happened for a long time. We've been subsidizing these foreign governments and our socialized health care. This will get solved by President Trump. It will mark the biggest change in healthcare spending in 50 years, and I'm confident that's where we're going.
All right, we have another question. We have another question right here.
Thank you, Congressman. I too have served 22 years in the United States Marine Corps, and so I have a
Thank you.
Thank you for your service. So I have a specific question for veterans benefits and a local issue. Can you look into Southeast Community College imposing the vaccine requirement on students through clinical requirements that are accepting VA funding for students enrolled in the PTA program? So, for example given, President Trump signed the COVID higher education, stay away from this, and so we're using VA funding.
Sure.
And that's a requirement for the program.
Okay.
And so I was a victim in the Marine Corps of the COVID requirement. That's why I got out.
I'm sorry about that. Wow. Has that been all rectified since you?
I couldn't be happier. My son is now serving, and so I'm thankful for that. I'm thankful for this great nation. I just would ask that you look into that.
Yes, we will look at it. Let's connect. Where's Carter at? Carter wears a dark suit, so it's going to be hard for me to see him here. But Carter, can you make your way over here and visit with him, and we'll find that out. And I'll tell you what, thanks for your service. I've talked to a lot of service members that refused to get the COVID vaccine, and they were fired. And President Trump has done his part to restore their position and their back pay. We should not force people to take vaccines. We should encourage them.
We have another question right here.
Given your full-throated support of the bill, whatever we call it, and your view of the facts.
We were forced.
I'd like
We were
to
already
know
forced.
How
we were already forced to take the COVID vaccine. We were pretty much forced. We've been forced.
you expect to pay back all of this debt that is going to be layered onto our grandchildren because we're not willing to make our rich part of our society pay their fair share.
So what's interesting about that, and I think it's a fair question.
What's interesting about that?
Two things are happening here.
Tax the rich.
People in here
tax
are
the
upset
rich.
with me that I voted to cut $2 trillion in spending from the budget. You're also upset at me because I have told you at every single town hall, it is going to be a combination of spending reductions and economic growth. It will take both to do it. This is exactly how President Obama looked at it in 2012. It's how President Trump and the Congress looked at it in 2017. We cannot simply cut our way out of this. We have to reduce our spending. We have to continue the tax cuts, and we have to grow the economy. Protect, results, growth. That's what we need.
Okay, next question. How much longer
Hang on a second.
How much longer until the border wall is finished?
We cannot build it soon enough. We need the border wall. I support the border wall. Americans support the border wall.
Of course you do. No, we don't.
Americans want a secure
No, we
border.
don't. I do, but not with the wall.
Anytime you're dealing with a lot of different landowners, but
I do, but not with the wall.
The bill does increase funding to get that done, which was a priority under the first Trump administration.
Okay. Next question. I know you've talked a little bit about this.
I'm sorry?
I know you've talked a little bit about this, but what plans does the Congress have for providing reasonable cost health insurance to Nebraskans?
Well, one of the ways to bring down our commercial private payer insurance is to not have as many people on Medicaid. Because what happens? Medicaid pays a much lower reimbursement rate than a commercial payer does. And so when there's a difference between those two, the commercial payer ends up paying more and more and more to make up for the difference. Money does not fall out of the sky. It does not grow on trees. It comes from all of you. And you pay your health insurance. I wish there was a world we could live in where everything came from the government and it was free. But that will never, ever, ever happen.
Not with you around, no.
And by the way, I do not believe that. But I do think, though, when you look at keeping our personal private, for those of you who are on commercial payer private health insurance, you're seeing 20% increases. And why is that? Because we've extended Medicaid to so many people who refuse to work, people who don't want to go to work, people that are illegal. And when you do that, everybody else has to pay. Somebody always has to pay. That's the way it works. It would be great to come to a town hall and have an answer that everybody would agree with, but that is the reality of our situation. The more you make healthcare free, the more everybody else with private pay insurance also has to pay. That's also why we're giving the hospitals $700 million to help cover that thing, and then the $50 billion for the rural hospitals. They need the money, they're going to get the money, they're going to remain open, and they're going to provide quality care to Nebraskans, and to those who can't afford it, they will get it. We will protect Medicaid. I protected Medicaid. The big beautiful bill protects Medicaid.
Okay. What are the plans to continue service provided by Department of Education, especially special ed and best practices and Pell Grants?
Can you repeat the first part of that again?
What are the plans to continue service provided by Department of Education?
Well, special education always needs to be funded. When I was in the legislature, it's the best investment for our state tax dollars. When you invest in special education, not only are you helping those school districts that are taking care of special education kids, you're also distributing the money as equally and as equitably as you can possibly do it through the TIOSA formula. So I do strongly believe in funding special education. I have not had that specific issue arrive on my desk, but if I hear something or
on
if
your
I, if there is
desk, like
something out
Pam
there about
Bondi?
special education funding, I will go to work on
You mean
that.
you've never done anything?
And those parents need
TPS
that
reports.
resource. And there are some districts like Lincoln and Bellevue that do such a good job with special education. They have a lot of people move into the district to take advantage of your resources here. Lincoln Public Schools is an excellent school district, and its special education services are excellent. And so I want to make sure that they have the resources, and sometimes a Bellevue or a Lincoln or one of the hub communities, they need more than maybe even their district would suggest, because people move in there to receive the services. So yes, I do care about that. I will work on that.
The second part to that question.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, there's a second part to the question, Pell Grants. What are your plans for Pell Grants?
I'm for Pell Grants. I'm for Pell Grants. I'm for higher education. I have not had that issue cross my desk on Pell Grants. I know that we made some changes with student loans. I do think people have to pay back their student loans, and I supported that. One thing I want to say is I know that this can be kind of loud in here sometimes, but I want to talk to the people at home for just a second. I'm on your side. I never forget who I'm working for. People in this room are important, but everybody in this state has a voice. Everybody in this district has a voice. And there's a lot of people in this state that like the direction that this country is going.
No, there isn't. Stop lying.
I'm not saying it's perfect, and I'm not saying we can never do better, but I'm here to listen to you. And the other benefit of me being here is that I know when I choose how to vote that I'm ultimately accountable to you. Because I work for you. And I will never forget that I work for you. Which means no matter your position, no matter your ask, no matter the casework you suggest, I will go to bat to fight for you. I will work to agree with you when I can, and I will do my best to explain my votes when I don't agree with you.
Okay, we'll go to the
We have a question
again.
right here. In June, the transfer case in my car failed.
Pardon? Can you start over? I'm sorry.
I'm not trying to take it. In June, the transfer case in my car failed. I looked to get it repaired, but the price of the part had increased 30% since the start of the year, driven primarily by tariffs. With my car totaled, I started looking for a new car. In the 2 weeks I spent looking, I watched prices increase 10 to 15% on a variety of vehicles. The impact of tariffs had arrived. The car I settled on increased 12%. This is more than any tax savings I will see from the bill that was recently passed over the course of the next 10 years. When you return to DC, will you enforce Congress's power over tariffs granted under Article 1, Section 8 of the Constitution? Will you protect average Americans like me?
Okay, I didn't get the second part, but I'll answer the first part. We'll come back to it. We need to be a country that makes things. And we found out during COVID that our supply chains were failing us. We want more American workers. We want to reinvigorate American manufacturing, which means we have to have free but fair trade. Why is it that we have to sell our cars into Europe at a high tariff rate and they sell into our market at much less? If we're going to fix this, it's going to require some decisions that may be temporary, but as we saw during the first Trump administration, our relationship, our trading relationship with Canada and Mexico and China improved, which meant more money for American.
Hello? Yes. Yeah, here. There we go.
Oh, it's not asking. Oh, there we go.
Sorry.
So.
Sorry guys, the rain started and I've got to go throw a tarp on something, which is going to take a minute. So I'm going to get on Starfield and I'm sorry, I'm going to get on Starfield and avoid the disconnect here. Okay, hold on. I'm going to mute it. 1 second.
Okay.
Terribly sorry, I'm muted, guys. Hi, I'm back. I'm terribly sorry about that. Yeah, I was muted and I didn't realize. So there we go. Piece of shit software developers are gonna piece of shit software developer. There's nothing I can do, guys. I'm terribly sorry. I say it 50 billion times a day. It doesn't really matter. The software developers are always gonna steal. Their business costs more money than they can make. So they just steal from the consumer all the time. That's just who they are. Like purse snatchers. That's good. Pepsi. Alright, load. I lost my progress. Great. Yep.
Why travel by car like a commoner when you can go by chopper? Summon a bird night or day with our valet when you upgrade to VIP status.
I'm at 7 million. Or 700, excuse me, 700K chip, but I'm at 5 million, so I'm almost to 6. It got faster. $20K. Nice.
Farmers, better deals for manufacturers. We just have to onshore more jobs in America, and we need to be a nation that makes things.
Next question.
God bless you, Congressman Flood. Thank you for being here tonight.
Thank you.
There's been some exciting things happening on the world stage as far as trade. What are the ones that excite you the most?
What?
I met with pork producers that were excited about opening our markets up for pork in Vietnam. I think we're on the cusp of doing something big eventually with India, which is 1 billion plus people, and we want to be in their markets. Vietnam is going somewhere. We have great conversations right now with Mexico and their
What about
president,
America?
who is engaging with President Trump. Listen, nobody in this room wants anything but the best for America. Republicans want the best for America. Democrats want the best for America. Independents want the best for America.
Yes.
Right now, your government is run by a Republican Congress and a Republican president, and we will get there. We will get there.
We have another question right here. We have another question.
Hello.
Hi. I want to thank you, but I also want to thank Nebraska Public Media for holding this. And I want to thank them for still doing this, even though they're not being funded by my tax dollars, which I would support. But my question My question is, it's easy to talk about healthcare research, and yet when the current administration attacks my alma mater, Harvard, it attacks Duke, it attacks USC, UCLA, the first place they cut is NIH grants. So why are you targeting? Do you somehow think that preventing cancer supports anti-Semitism, which is the goal of those cuts?
I care about the NIH grants. I do. I care about the NIH grants. I want us to pass a budget so that Congress can express itself through our Appropriations Committee, because in talking to the Republicans that I work with on a daily basis, we support what you support. And I want that in the budget. And I want our Article 1 authority to be respected. And I want that money to go to the places it's doing the best good. And I want that funding for research. So I hear you. I will say, and this is neither here nor there, some of the institutions that you talked about had a very poor record when it came to anti-Semitism that we saw.
Anti-Semitism?
From their presidents, which has resulted in presidents losing their jobs.
Hi, kitty.
So that is the truth. Like, that is something we dealt with. But the bigger issue here is, what do Americans want? Americans want cures for cancer. Americans want the best therapies. Americans want to know that researchers are working around the clock to address Alzheimer's, which is taking more and more and more of our country, and dementia, and all these other things. I support that. And one of the things that I think we have to do in Congress is we are in charge of the money. We are in charge of passing a budget. That is Article 1.
We have another question right here.
So I'd like to first start with a fact check. In the last administration for this president, our tax dollars subsidized farmers because of the tariffs. You didn't create selling their product. Specifically on taxes and the IRS, I want to know why you didn't protect us under the Taxpayer Bill of Rights, specifically when Doge was having unfettered access to our data. We don't know what's happened to it. I sent you information. I brought lots of papers to your office, to your people. I got a canned response. And I'd like to know what your opinion is of the IRS commissioner, and that he is an accountant, he doesn't hold a CPA, he didn't graduate with a 4-year degree, and no one realizes that he's running the IRS. And
I'm not personally familiar with him. Not personally familiar with him. I don't know him personally. I can tell you that I went to bat for our taxpayers with the Treasury Secretary when this whole thing started, and it concerned the IRS and a number of different agencies. We have exercised congressional oversight from the Financial Services Committee perspective. We have, not everything is done on CNN. Not everything is done on Fox News. And quite frankly, if you want to get things done in Washington, running your mouth on TV every single night doesn't really do anything other than maybe get you more donations, maybe. But taxpayer information must be protected. Taxpayer information must be protected.
Next question.
Okay.
Yeah, you're off this one.
Okay, one of the barriers to home ownership here in Nebraska is the high cost of insurance, and as you are Chair of Housing and Insurance Subcommittee, can you talk about what you are doing to address that?
Well, I won't go over this too long. We talked about it before. There's two big issues. Weather peril. We've seen, our state we are now classified as a severe convective storm state, which means we're rated about the same as Florida or Louisiana from their hurricanes. And you know what this is going to require us to do? It's going to require Nebraskans to put impact-resistant roofing on their home. It's going to require us to use resilient materials in our siding, because there's no way around this other than to abate the risk. The other part is that third-party litigation that I talked about before. It's actually driving our reinsurance costs through the roof, And when you put those two things together, we saw on average a 60% increase in our home insurance premiums last year. And there is no bill we can pass on the first one because weather is going to win every time. On the second one, we need to shut down this third-party litigation in our court system and stop the gaming of that. So thank you.
Okay, next question. Who will pay for the cost of implementing Medicaid work requirements? It costs Georgia $100 million and Arkansas $24 million.
Well, the good news in Nebraska is our Medicaid program and its error rate and their ability to root out waste, fraud, and abuse. We have a state law since 2008. If you're here illegally, you're not getting Medicaid. And number two, when you have an unemployment rate below 3%, almost everybody that's here has a job. So this is not going to impact Nebraska like it's going to impact states like California, like it's going to impact states like New York. That's where they've been handing out free health care to illegal immigrants for a long time. That's where people choose not to work and they get free health care. We all end up paying that, but that's not Nebraska. That's not Nebraska. I'm not saying there isn't waste, fraud, and abuse that can't be eliminated, but we are far ahead of the game on that. We protected Medicaid. We protected Medicaid.
No,
Okay,
you
what is your
didn't.
plan to ensure Medicare doesn't get cut further?
Okay, so there's a question. What's your plan to ensure Medicare doesn't get cut further? Our bill did not cut Medicare. If you were over the age of 65, this bill did not impair in any way. It protects Medicare. It didn't touch Medicare. We've talked a lot about Medicaid, but to those watching at home, if you are over the age of 65, regardless of your income, you are eligible and qualified for Medicare.
Okay, we'll go out here.
We have a question right here.
Thank you, Congressman. My name is Chris Backemeyer. I'm a fifth-generation Nebraskan, and until recent events, I was working in senior national security roles in
Robocall,
Washington for National Security Council and the
735.
State Department.
Thank you.
I worked for Democrats, Republicans over 20 years, faithfully, worked on counterterrorism issues on the Iran nuclear program. And throughout that time, I always tried to spend some time thinking about how average Nebraskans, people like my family, teachers, farmers, grandparents, parents, how those decisions would impact those people. So I'm back in Lincoln now, and I wanted to see what my representative was doing for the people of Lincoln. And I see this new bill that transfers trillions of dollars of wealth from working class Americans, people that are sitting in this room, to billionaires that don't even live in this state. And so my question is, I know who I work for, but who do you work for? You work for billionaires out of state or people in this room?
When you look at the bill, this was a middle-class tax cut. This bill is a middle-class tax cut. Absolutely true. 16 to 27
Boo, liar.
No tax on tips. No tax on Social Security. No tax on...
No, you lost this.
I mean, when you ask working class Americans where they are on this, they support the one big beautiful bill. Working class Americans support this. We increase the standard deduction.
We have about 4 minutes remaining, and this is our next question.
You said.
I brought with me tonight the Lincoln Journal-Star from July 16th, 2012. The headline is Flood Considers Run for Governor. The story here was that you were challenging your party because you voted to override Heinemann's veto of legislation that would provide prenatal medical care for, it says, babies of mothers who may be in the country illegally. He viewed that as an illegal immigration issue. You called it pro-life. Now you are saying that you don't want.
I will always support prenatal care for any woman in this state on our Medicaid program. I am pro-life, and I chose, when you're in my spot, you've got to pick between two sides. I pick the side of that pregnant mother.
No, you choose the side of the fetus.
It says you paid $50 billion for rural hospitals. when they need 137 billion. This is just a Band-Aid till the next election.
But in Nebraska, they're getting 700 million. In a state of 2 million people. A state of 2 million people, they're getting $700 million. Where are we at on time?
We have about 3 minutes left.
I gotta make sure I hit
Throw
my
him out.
627.
Throw
Where's my guy
him
with the cue
out.
card? Where is it? Right here. Oh, there he is.
Run him
Okay.
out on town on a rail.
Yes, sir.
Run him out of town on a rail.
Congressman,
Run him out of town on a rail.
regarding your opening comments and the slides that you had on your televisions, I didn't rehearse this question, but when I saw those, I was surprised. HR 1 does in fact address Medicare. So my question is, did you read the bill?
I read the bill. I read the bills. Is every bill perfect? No, but I supported this bill. By the way, I think this is important. I cannot stress it enough because I think there's a lot of information out there that's wrong. We protected Medicaid. We cut $2 trillion out of the future debt. We worked to get results, and this bill builds for growth. Here's the deal. I want to say a couple things. Thank you to the University of Nebraska-Lincoln. Thank you to the UNL Police. Thank you to my staff. Thank you to Nebraska Public Media for doing a great job tonight. Thank you to all the members of the working media that are here. And most importantly, thank you to all of you. If you need assistance from my office, call my office, come see me. I will be visible, I will be accessible. And for those of you watching from home, please know I am on your side. I never forget who I'm working for. And it is an honor to serve you and a privilege to serve you in the United States Congress. Thank you very much and have a safe drive home.
Throw him out. Throw him out. Throw him out. Tax the rich. Throw him out. Pretty good. Pretty good. I watched the whole thing.
And on top of...
Oops. So what happened here? You threw... You closed the one I was watching? Or I closed the one I was watching, I guess. Sorry, Kitty, I didn't mean to scare you. You okay? I was moving them. Oh, Kitty, you're fine. You don't have to run for cover. Yeah, they were just bells. It's okay. It's okay, Kitty. I'm a loud person. You're fine.
Now more than ever represents the heart and soul of the working class.
He was then also asked about Israel and Gaza and the funding of Israel.
What happened on October 8th was an abomination. Well, October 7th. Sorry.
October 7th.
I support Israel. No American wants any child, no matter the place they live, to ever suffer.
October 8th. Permanently reduces fuel needed for a grab jump by 1%. Nice. Magazine. Ooh, read 20 skill magazines. Thirst for knowledge. Yeah. Oh, manager's computer. Let's see. Oh, kitty, I love you, kitty. Oh, kitty, how I love you. Oh, kitty, how I love you, how I love you. Oh, kitty, how I love you, how I love ya. Oh, kitty, kitty, kitty. the program the numbers out. Because why not? That's all you have to do. Run a jackpot and then program the numbers out. It's not that hard. Yeah. Where do I go? Oh, kitty.
But you gotta remember, we're dealing with Hamas.
Then, when he was asked about Trump firing the Bureau of Labor Statistics head for publishing jobs data that he didn't like, Flood just played dumb.
I don't know what the situation was with the Department of Labor person. Neither do you. I don't know. I will say this, though. If all that person did was get the data out there, if all that, and I don't know that's the case, but if that's all they did, I would not have fired her. I mean, to be honest, but I don't know because things are complicated.
Then finally, someone asked the question that really we all knew was coming.
Why are you covering up the Epstein files?
At the next pro forma session of the Congress, you'll find my name as a sponsor on a resolution from the House Rules Committee to release the Epstein files to protect the victims and not re-victimize them again. I support Jamie Comer, who is the House's Oversight Committee Chairman, subpoenaing Ms. Maxwell later this month to come testify in Washington. I am for the release of those records.
So there, I should correct him on a couple of things. First, Comer actually postponed the testimony by Ghislaine Maxwell back to October at the earliest. Right, and that supposedly so the Supreme Court can decide whether to review her case in late September. And second, the resolution he mentioned is non-binding, so it wouldn't actually force Trump to release the files. Then, after some more questions, Flood finally wrapped things up to a chance of vote him out.
Thank you very much, and have a safe drive home.
Now, obviously, with this, you have to note that the crowd is some 700 there. It didn't reflect all of Nebraska. As I noted before, the Democrats encouraged people to attend, and this was held in Lincoln, which is a relatively progressive city for the state. And all of that as Flood occupies a very safe seat, with him winning his district last year by more than 20 points. Right, and this is not the first time in a town hall where he has faced such a grilling. During another back in May, someone asked him about a line in the big, beautiful bill that stops courts from holding the White House in contempt if it ignores their injunctions, and Flood gave this answer.
I am not going to hide the truth. This provision was unknown to me. when I voted for that bill.
Very notably, Republicans got similar treatment from their constituents as well. The likes of, for example, Senator Joni Ernst going viral for this response to someone yelling that people will die as a result of the Medicaid cuts.
Well, we all are going to die.
You know, it's been a minute, and now this 6-week recess that Mike Johnson called early to avoid voting on releasing the Epstein files, it's ended up being the first time that they've had an extended break since the BBB passed. And so this reception that Flood received, it's what a lot of his colleagues were fearing would happen, which is actually why back in March, with the chairman of the House Republican campaign arm warning his colleagues against doing in-person town halls and suggesting, hey, do virtual events where questions and comments can be filtered. And now it appears that Flood himself agrees with him, telling reporters after yesterday's town hall, "This is my third and final one for the year. We're going to give you all a break," which very much sounds like me on a call that I wish ended 10 minutes ago going, you know, let me give you back your day. Sorry for holding you up. But also, notably with this, you had the New York Times adding here that the 35 House Republicans whose seats are being targeted by Democrats next year, only one of them, Brian Steele, has actually done an in-person town hall, and it did not go well either.
But what I view is the moral hazard created by the Biden administration by allowing the U.S.-Mexico border to remain insecure. And so,
And you have many arguing that reflects a growing popular frustration with the ruling party, especially on particular issues. I mean, for instance, polling shows that Americans oppose the BBB, seeing it as a handout to the rich that hurts poor people and balloons the debt. And in a recent survey, 70% of people said that Trump is not handling the Epstein case well, with only 18% saying that he is. And of course, the impact of his trade policy, wherever it lands, it's been chaotic, it's going to be felt by a lot of people very directly. So, you know, Democrats, they're wanting to fight that, though really at this point they have no power. And so they're hoping to capitalize on all those weak points going into next year's midterms. You know, historically, they have a reason to be optimistic there. The first midterm typically punishes the incumbent president's party, and Republicans already have a very slim majority. Democrats only having to net 3 seats in the House to flip it. But for the Senate, which is very different, they would have to flip 4. The one, as we've been talking about, the gerrymandering in Texas and other states, it could give Republicans the seats they need to hold on to the House. And then as far as the Senate, most of the GOP Senate seats that are up for re-election next year, they're in red states. So it would be a very big uphill battle for the Democrats there. But also, and I always try to stress this, whatever we talk about it, as much as people are not liking what Donald Trump is doing and the negative feelings we're seeing against Republicans, that doesn't mean they like Democrats. In fact, voters in one poll this month, they gave the party a 19% approval rating, with 72% disapproving. So Democrats, I think they really need to start adding an "and" to where they've been ending their sentences. Or just saying what Trump and Republicans are doing is horrible, it doesn't make a difference if at the end of that sentence you don't go, "and this is what I'm going to do about it," or "this is what I can offer." Being against something is only part of a personality. What are you for? Speak like normal ass people. Please do not do such a horrible job one day I have to leave my cushy gig and fucking throw my hat in the ring. I would hate it. And then I've got more news for you in just a minute, but first, you know, summer, it's officially upon us, and you need to get out more. Right? And with that, we've been giving out $500 every week for over a year thanks to our sponsor over at SeatGeek, and somehow some of y'all still haven't entered for free, which is crazy because right now the lineup is stacked. Lady Gaga, The Weeknd, Morgan Wallen, Lorde, Tate McRae, the Lumineers. It is a wild time for live events. And it's been really awesome seeing so many of you beautiful bastards winning the $500 SeatGeek weekly giveaway and using it to hit up concerts, games, Broadway shows, everything. Just living your best lives, and if you haven't entered yet, it takes like 2 seconds, and next week's $500 winner, it could be you. Right, and for the uninitiated, SeatGeek is the #1 rated ticketing app with over 28 million downloads and tickets to over 70,000 events, sports, music, comedy, theater, you name it. First timers, you download the app, you scan the QR code, or you hit that link in the description, and you use code PHIL for $20 off your first ticket purchase. And then, and this is key, you add code PDS to your SeatGeek account as well. That gets you $10 off any ticket, and it enters you
40K, lonely stepbrother.
weekly giveaway, no purchase required. And for SeatGeek vets, you've used SeatGeek before, that applies to you as well. Just add code PDS to your account and you're entered. So hey, scan the QR code or click the link below and use code PHIL and PDS and go make some memories. And then next up, we've got to talk about how Texas Governor Greg Abbott, just a few years ago, he was complaining that it was wrong to use the justice system to target political opponents, and then shortly after the show went out yesterday, he did just that. Because to give you a quick recap, Texas Republicans want to hold a session to vote on a variety of things, including redistricting the state at Trump's command. A move that many have described as Trump trying to steal the election. And state Democrats, they definitely don't have the votes to stop this blatant attempt to gerrymander. So instead, they, I believe the technical term is skedaddled out of the state. So the state legislature, they could form. And Abbott was not a fan. He threatened to arrest them if they didn't return by the afternoon, which they did not. So Abbott, he followed through and said in a statement, Texas House Democrats abandoned their duty and are holding flood relief and property tax cuts hostage. They ordered Texas DPS to arrest and return every derelict House Democrat to the Texas Capitol. This order will remain in effect until all missing Democrats are accounted for. That then followed by this announcement saying, I directed the Texas Rangers to investigate fleeing House Democrats for potential.
Oh my God, this guy's trying to sick the Texas Rangers on the Democrats. You're such a fucking idiot.
serious violations of Texas law. Any Democrat who solicited or accepted funds.
They won't play with me anymore, so I'm gonna make the school, you know, the hall guard bust him. He won't play with me anymore. He doesn't like me anymore. You're so annoying. It's almost like they're trying to make EVE Online out of Starfield. I think Bethesda's so jealous of CCP.
To break quorum may have violated bribery laws. Texas Rangers must quickly send any findings to the appropriate prosecutors. But then the Texas House Speaker signing civil arrest warrants for the absent Democrats. Right, with all that, you'll notice that there's some PR work going on in those statements. Right, Abbott, he never mentions that the Democrats left to protest and stop redistricting efforts that would egregiously gerrymander the state, instead claiming that they're holding flood relief and property tax cuts hostage. You know, like any good political spin, there is a grain of truth to that, because the entire reason that Texas lawmakers were even supposed to be meeting for this special session was due to the floods that killed over 100 people. But then it could easily be argued that it's actually Abbott and Republicans that are holding all that hostage, because they decided, hey, we're also going to gerrymander the district in the middle of a cycle. This is the thing you do every 10 years. It happened 4 years ago, and you're doing it because Trump said, get me 5 seats. And so with all that, you have Democratic lawmakers pushing back at the idea that those were seriously the focus of the session. So for example, State Representative John Busey III saying, when the governor wants to actually have a special session focused on flood relief, I'll be at my desk. With him then going on to add,
I didn't run for office to walk out of the Capitol, but I also didn't run for office to stand by while democracy is stolen in broad daylight. Texas Democrats broke quorum because sometimes the only way to uphold your oath is to refuse to play along with the rigged game.
Right, and then he went on to criticize that the special session was supposed to be about saving lives before getting hijacked by the redistricting bill.
But instead of holding hearings on flood prevention, Greg Abbott and Donald Trump held 8 hearings on redistricting, not for fairness, not for representation, but to manufacture 5 more Republican seats in Congress to enable Trump to cling on to power.
But notably, with that, you had Abbott putting spin on that as well in a post this morning and claiming Texas Democrats abandoned their duties and fled to blue states with gross gerrymandering that has distorted our country's politics. That must change. In Texas, we'll make sure voters can elect the candidate of their choice. So Trump making similar claims this morning, saying,
we have an opportunity in Texas to pick up 5 seats. We have a really good governor, and we have good people in Texas, and I want Texas.
But then Trump making claims about and criticizing blue states.
That's all gerrymandered. California's gerrymandered. We should have many more seats in Congress in California. It's all gerrymandered.
And so in general, they're claiming that by gerrymandering Texas, they're actually making the state more representative of how the people actually vote. And with that on an even playing field, I'm not going to defend gerrymandering in blue states, especially Illinois. They're not innocent. But to claim that redrawing Texas's districts will better represent voters, it's patently false. Currently, they have 25 Republican representatives and 12 Democrats, so 65% of the representatives are Republican. And then if they shift 5 seats to Republicans, that would mean that almost 79% of the seats are Republican. So then you get to the question of, okay, does that reflect how Texas voted in 2024? And the answer is absolutely not. Just a little over 56% of Texans there voted for Trump. And if anything, 5 seats would need to be given to the Democrats to make the number actually closer to how people voted. But with all that said, getting back to the notion of political theater, for the time being, those arrest warrants, they're largely toothless. Or with legal experts saying that non-criminal warrants like this, they aren't really enforceable outside of state lines. So for some of the Democratic lawmakers, it doesn't appear like it would even matter. Or you had figures like State Representative Ramon Romero saying things like,
I'll pay that price for America. That would be a very small price to pay for what we would save for these Americans that have fought so hard and against the maps that aim directly at black and brown voices.
So then with that, let's say they never go back. They keep things at a standstill. What then? Well, with that, you have Abbott threatening to remove them from office in what will undoubtedly be a long and messy legal process. Because technically, there are laws in Texas's books that allow lawmakers to be arrested if they don't show up without an excuse. But at the same time, the all-Republican Texas Supreme Court ruled back in 2021 that participating in a quorum break was explicitly allowed. And then, this idea that Abbott might still seriously try to remove the lawmakers from office, it's gotten him a lot of criticism, including from people like California Governor Gavin Newsom, who wrote, "The governor of Texas is threatening to remove democratically elected officials from office because they have refused to rig an election for Donald Trump. United States of America, 2025. And then, of course, because we're talking about Newsom, I then also have to mention that he threatened again to gerrymander the fuck out of California if Texas does this. Well, obviously, gerrymandering is bad and lame. Newsom's threat, it highlights why Texas's moves here are so dangerous. Normally, this is a fight that happens once every 10 years and then it's put on ice. But if states start to decide, they can just draw new maps whenever in order to consistently affect elections, and it's going to be complete chaos. The second one state abandons even pretending to represent voters, every other state feels like they're going to have to do the same or just get walked over, which is why we're seeing states like Illinois getting asked if they're going to try to redraw their maps. And there you're seeing things like Governor J.B. Pritzker saying it was possible and that lawmakers had to put everything on the table. And then in New York, you have lawmakers introducing an amendment to the state's constitution that would allow them to redraw district maps before a census. I mean, it's such a ridiculous situation that we're even seeing some Republican lawmakers trying to put a stop to it despite Trump wanting to find more Republican seats. I mean, you've got people like Representative Kevin Kiley, a California Republican, who wants to introduce a bill today that would pause any redistricting effort nationwide and nullify new maps made before the 2030 census. Well, also, before you give him too much credit, his seat is probably one of the ones that are going to get gutted. But, with all that said, it does look like this is a situation that is going to continue and simmer, especially as Texas Democrats are still refusing to come back to Texas. And as I was finishing reporting, the state legislature once again had to end its session after failing to reach a quorum. But, in the meantime, one, I'd really love to know your thoughts here, and two, actually go more into detail on this and my thoughts and how I think this is going to play out on today's episode of In Good Faith with Philip DeFranco. So definitely check out that top link after today's show. There's a lot to chew on here. And then I've got more news for you in a second, but first, what's wild? Your privacy is worth less than a gas station coffee because it's already been sold 5 times over. And an unfortunate true story, cops in some states, they're not even bothering with warrants anymore. They're just buying your data from shady brokers. And that's one of the reasons I use today's sponsor, Incogni. They actually fight back. Incogni scrubs your personal information. Name, email, phone number, shopping history, even your family's ties from the dark corners of the internet. All those creepy people finder sites, done. And trying to do this manually, it's a full-time job, but Incogni automates the process so you don't have to drown in opt-out forms. You get a dashboard, ongoing removals, and now with the unlimited and family unlimited plan, you can flag even more sites for takedown. I mean, seriously, remove yourself. It feels like you've been digitally doxxed. With custom removal, you just say, no thanks to specific sites, and Incogni handles the war. The results are real. I've seen my info vanish from dozens of sites in weeks. In a world where privacy laws lag, Incogni is taking the lead and letting you opt out of being a product. You just scan that QR code or incogni.com/DeFranco and use code DeFranco to get 60% off. It's incogni.com/DeFranco. Code DeFranco to take your personal data off the market. And then, next up today, we've got to talk about how Donald Trump's efforts to help Jair Bolsonaro, they've backfired. Because Brazil's ex-president is now under house arrest for violating a court order that was actually put into place for seeking out Trump's help in the first place. And that is, he's already awaiting trial for allegedly plotting to take over the country after he lost the election. Which I will say that that's actually a good place to start. Because Trump, he seems to see something of himself in Bolsonaro. Which when you look at it, it makes sense for a number of reasons, including Bolsonaro, he refused to concede defeat and basically claimed that the only way that he could have actually lost the election was election fraud. And then, just a few months later, on January 8th, thousands of his supporters ransacked the presidential palace, the Supreme Court building, and a House of Congress. But that is where the similarities end. Because later that year, Brazil's top electoral court ruled that Bolsonaro abused his power and cast unfounded doubts on the country's electronic voting system. They banned him from running for office until 2030. And last year, the country's federal police formally accused Bolsonaro of attempting a coup, with the country's top prosecutor later revealing additional allegations that Bolsonaro actually plotted to poison his successor and shoot dead the Supreme Court justice that was investigating him. And that's the same justice who ordered his house arrest this week, the same one that publicly clashed with Elon Musk over his refusal to block certain accounts on X, and the same one that Trump Media and Technology Group, which is majority owned by Trump and runs his Truth Social site, sued earlier this year. Also, as far as other connections, one of Bolsonaro's sons who served as a congressman in Brazil moved to the United United States, and since March, he's reportedly been roaming the halls of the White House trying to convince people in the administration to help his father. And while very likely it wouldn't have required much prodding, if there was prodding, it clearly worked. Right, last month you had Trump threatening that tariffs on Brazilian imports would go up to 50%, with him calling a case against Bolsonaro a witch hunt and also citing a non-existent trade deficit. And last week, you had him making good on that threat, which actually makes the tariffs against Brazil the highest of any that Trump has actually gone through with, and arguably with even less economic justification. And that's not even all of it there. You had the White House hitting that Supreme Court justice with sanctions and accusing him of authorizing arbitrary pretrial detentions and suppressing freedom of expression. Then, in turn, the judge labeling Trump's actions as part of an illegal and immoral effort to obstruct justice. An effort the judge said was being engineered by a group of Brazilian traders who had lobbied foreign authorities to carry out hostile acts against the country's economy. And there, of course, he's referring to Bolsonaro and his allies, including his son, who, wouldn't you know it, is now reportedly seeking U.S. citizenship to avoid going back to Brazil. And actually, with that, the judge specifically cited the younger Bolsonaro's lobbying as a justification for an order last month that banned his daddy from going on social media and making him wear a tracker bracelet on his ankle. With that, then bringing us full circle, because that's the order that the judge says that Bolsonaro has now violated. Or with him pointing to the fact that Bolsonaro recently appeared virtually at a protest via a phone call with his other son, with that one being a senator in Brazil, and you had the judge writing in his decision that the former president had used the social media accounts of allies to share messages containing, quote, clear encouragement and incitement to attack the Supreme Federal Court and overt support for foreign intervention in Brazil's judiciary. And then adding that Bolsonaro had repeated his unlawful conduct in an even more severe and defiant manner, saying that he continued to urge and incite a foreign head of state to take measures aimed at unlawfully interfering with the normal course of judicial proceedings. Now there you had Bolsonaro's lawyers denying that he violated any order, saying that they would appeal the decision. But then also, notably, the U.S. State Department came out with a statement condemning the order very, very fast, accusing the judge of using Brazil's institutions to silence opposition and threaten democracy, and adding, the United States will hold accountable all those aiding and abetting sanctioned conduct. And while it's not clear yet exactly what that would look like, what the further efforts to hold accountable would look like, as far as the things that the United States has tried so far, you have many saying that it's backfired. I mean, you've seen a lot of anger getting directed at the Bolsonaros for bringing Trump down on the country, all while the country's current president seemingly getting a bump in the polls because he's being defiant of Trump. But this is far from over. We're going to have to see where things continue to trend, and also if and how the U.S. gets involved even more. And then, next up today, let's talk about Attorney General Pam Bondi now ordering an investigation into whether or not Obama officials manipulated intelligence while assessing Russian interference in the 2016 election. And this, it comes as members of the Trump administration have been trying to focus on 2016 a lot lately, with many describing this as yet another Trump distraction from the just numerous numbers of scandals, including the Trump-Epstein scandal. But with that, you've had Tulsi Gabbard releasing documents that she controversially claimed proved wrongdoing in the Obama administration, and the DOJ then opening a task force to look at those claims. Trump himself even accusing Obama of treason. Now you've got Bondi launching a probe, with a source even telling the AP that she directed a prosecutor to present evidence to a grand jury. Though I will say, right now it's not clear which officials will be targeted or which prosecutors will be involved in the investigation. But still, I mean, we could see big consequences. I mean, this could make way for an indictment against whichever officials are investigated. So it's no surprise that you had the AP explaining that, quote, the development is likely to heighten concerns that the Justice Department is being used to achieve political ends. Right, because multiple intelligence reports have already found that, yes, Russia did indeed seek to sway the 2016 election in Trump's favor. The Mueller report even landed convictions for Trump allies, though it didn't prove any collusion between Russia and members of the Trump campaign. And then in 2020, a bipartisan review from the Senate Intelligence Committee likewise found interference and concluded that Obama officials acted without political bias while assessing that interference. And a very key thing is that current Secretary of State and then Senator Marco Rubio even signed off on the investigation and said that while the Trump campaign did not collude with Russia here, there was still irrefutable evidence of Russian meddling. So seemingly because of that and numerous other reasons, you had a former unnamed DOJ official slamming Bondi's move to NBC News and calling it a political stunt and arguing that there is no logical, rational basis for this. So obviously, none of those arguments have stopped Trump and his camp from repeatedly claiming that officials were seeking to undermine his first term by focusing on Russian interference. So you had Trump applauding the news on Truth Social, writing the truth always wins out, this is great news. And then, while on CNBC, he claimed that he was not part of this decision, though he did continue to cheer it on.
Pam is doing a great job. I have nothing to do with it. I will tell you this. They deserve it. I was happy to hear it. I actually read it just like you did. I have nothing to do with it.
Trump then going on to again claim that the 2020 election was rigged as well. So, he's kind of playing the hits. So then a White House spokesperson releasing a statement saying this effort aims to provide the American people with the truth about the extent to which former government officials worked to sabotage the Trump administration and undermine the will of the American people in a clear attempt to subvert our constitutional republic. This, as a spokesperson for Obama, already slammed the claims as bizarre and a distraction. But still, distraction or not, this does appear to be moving forward, and it could affect a lot of people. And that, my friend, you beautiful bastard, is where today's show is gonna end. But one, remember there's even more we gotta talk about today. I got a brand new episode of the In Good Faith podcast. You should definitely check it out. Top link in the description. And Dan Pfeiffer, who I think woke up this morning wanting to fight. And two, no matter what you do, I'll see you right back here tomorrow, because of course I'll have a brand new show for you. So thank you for watching. Stay safe out there, stay sane out there, and I'll see you then.
Ooh, let's get the robot this electromagnet rifle. I don't know. Can I see him somewhere? Yeah, he'll be in there. Yeah, when I zone through. Yeah, I think so. So. Nice, something saucy. 735, not bad. Salt and sauce. I should be able to go to the Vasco and give him weapons. I guess I'm ready to, yeah, like board or whatever. Cool, this is like a cool med facility. I turned down the voices because they were driving me insane, but I want to bring it back now. Wow, this is like a medical facility. It wasn't worth it. You guys want to fight me? Okay, we can fight, bitch.
Watch it!
Fun, but not really what I wanted.
Ma'am, I'm just a courier. Be careful if you run into those clip.
We get the cases no one has. Hey, let's keep. That being said, I have some supplies I can give. He's a good friend of mine. The work was hard, so too. What the clinic doesn't know, I'm putting my job But if the clinic... Sorry. You really don't have a... Sorry, but... Look. Oh, I really shouldn't do... I can throw in a few...
I like this little medical station. I think it's actually so RP. It's just a medical station. And like when you think about it, like there's so much content in this game like this. There's no real reason to this place. There's probably in this place there's probably a magazine. I don't even know where I am technically. Where am I? I'm in the clinic. If I go and look at the Starfield wiki for the clinic. Starfield wiki, the clinic. This is a Freestar Collective clinic. So this is cool. There's like a background to it. And I could actually listen to it if I wanted to. I can actually.
In 2194, the United Colonies moved a medical star station named the Clinic into orbit around the planet Deepla in Narian. The residents of Narian considered the clinic's presence to be a prelude to their annexation by the UC, and demanded the star station's removal. When the UC refused to comply, Narian voted to join the Freestar Collective, and in 2196, the Narian War broke out for control of the system. The war ended in 2216 after the UC destroyed Freestar's entire fleet, but 2 decades of brutal conflict had turned the UC citizens against their own government.
I'm sorry you got trapped here so early, but this is your home now.
That they demanded. The UC recognized Narian as a member of the Freestar Collective and turned the clinic over as well. The clinic still orbits Deepla in 2330. Its main mission continues to be to restore and improve people's health, and it is one of the most respected medical facilities in the settled system. In addition to providing high-quality care for VIP patients, the clinic is also the settled system's leading research and treatment facility for alien diseases. The station is of such importance today.
Right next to me, where you feel like you're right next to me. Here, kitty. There you go. There, look, a nice cushion. Hey, kitty. Hey, kitty. Pay attention, kitty. Yeah, you. Look, I set you up a nice cushion right here. Yeah. This pillow. There we go. Oh, hi, kitty. I love you. Did I win? No. Bouncy blessed. Yeah. Oh, hello, kitty. Oh, hello, kitty. I love you. I love my life. I've got such a good life. Okay, so I'm here turning in. I've been running for Galente, and I'm at 3.71. I wonder if I should now go to level 4 Amar and start running them. So I've been doing distribution agents for Galente, but I want Amar. 7 jumps away, we can go to Natura. And I want the highest available, which is... He's a level 2. Are you fucking serious? I want level 4. Can I get them? Nope. Level 3. Nope. Oh, I have to run level 2s. That's okay. I'll run level 2s and at least get it up. So now we've done a whole bunch of business out of this station. But I'm going to move on now to a different place called... we've been to Joe. Now we're going to Rarun. Nice. I got salt and sauce. The clinic. There's no magazines here, and that's the main thing. I should start looking for magazines. Yeah, is there like hidden stuff around? There's a digipic right there, but you're like sitting here watching.
It's simply too much to do to allow me to just stand about in person. I apologize.
Oh, good kitty.
Private sector.
Starfield was Star Citizen. It's so much fucking better, especially with mods. So what now? I guess I'm done with the clinic, and I can go and return to Joseph on Neon. Is it? Or yeah, in Neon. Yeah, Neon. I can't. Oh yeah, I've got to undock. I've got the music turned off because I've been listening to videos. This ended, but I have a whole list queued up here. Trump went nuts on the roof of the White House today. I don't know if you guys heard.
The White House roof this morning, making weird hand gestures and yelling to the press, anything I do is financed by me. More ways to spend my money. I'm paying for everything. Here's what happened. Let me just show you the clip.
On the roof, the White House is taking questions, or he was just a few moments ago. Let's listen in, please.
Deeply disturbing moment indeed. He then called up CNBC and started ranting and raving like a lunatic. I'll show you that in a moment, but here's another angle right here of him on top of the roof. Here, play this clip. As our editor-in-chief Ron Filipkowski writes, there is a senile old man in orange makeup wandering around on the roof on the White House, making weird hand gestures and yelling out, I finance everything. I pay for everything. It's me who pays for everything. So then he calls CNBC. There's a host on CNBC, Joe Kernan, who's like an ultra MAGA guy. And all these CNBC hosts like treat Donald Trump like he's a little baby, and they like baby him. It's such a strange thing for a financial show to be doing this, but that's the corrosive nature of corporate news right now. But Donald Trump then talks about undocumented farm workers, and he basically says that migrants, they're built for farm work. They have good backs, and if their backs hurt, then they die. Then he seems to suggest that black people are not good farm workers as much as he tries to make them become good farm workers. That's what he's saying here. But this is what he's saying on a financial show this morning after walking on the roof. Here, play this clip.
Back to their country with a pass back in legally, and we're doing things that are very difficult to do and very complex, but it works really well. We're sending them back, and then they're schooling, they're learning, they're coming in legally. We have a lot of that going on, but we're taking care of our farmers. We can't let our farmers not have anybody, these people, you can't replace them very easily. People that live in the inner city are not doing that work. They're just not doing that work. And they've tried, we've tried, everybody
You're
tried.
so racist, I hate
they don't
you.
Do it. These people do it naturally.
You're so racist,
said,
I hate you.
What happens if they get it to a farmer the other day? What happens if they get a bad back? He said, they don't get a bad back.
They
sir,
die.
Because if they get a bad back, they die. I said, that's interesting, isn't it? These are very, in many ways, they're very, very special people. Okay, go ahead.
No, okay, so. And he talks about putting tariffs on pharmaceuticals up to 250%. And again, he's just saying numbers, 150%, 250%. We're gonna make all the pharmaceuticals here. So you're just gonna make everybody's prescription drug prices cost a lot more money. Okay, anyway, play this clip.
Chips and semiconductors. But on pharmaceuticals, we'll be putting a initially small tariff on pharmaceuticals, but in 1 year, 1.5 years maximum, it's going to go to 150%, and then it's going to go to 250%, because we want pharmaceuticals made in our country. And that's not the CHIPS Act like Biden did, because he didn't know what he was doing, where they gave billions of dollars to companies that had more money than they knew what to do with.
President Trump, can I ask you about...
Then Donald Trump rants and raves on the CNBC show that he has the highest poll numbers ever, even though his poll numbers right now are in the mid-30s. They're actually the worst ever. He says those polls are rigged. Those polls are fake. In fact, his polling is in the 70s, he says, with minimal pushback from Joe Kernan and the CNBC folks. Here, play this clip.
We'll all talk about all the stuff that...
Hey, Becky, I'd like to run. I have the best poll numbers I've ever had. You know why? Because people love the tariffs. And they love the tariffs.
They love the
And they love that
tariffs.
foreign countries aren't ripping us off anymore. For years, they ripped us off, friend and foe. And the
Overall
friend
poll
was
numbers, you
worse.
don't. Overall poll numbers, you don't have the best you ever had. In overall poll numbers, you do. I cited one of those.
I have the best poll
among
numbers I've ever
Republicans.
had.
Among
I have
Republicans.
poll numbers where I'm 71%. I have the best poll numbers. Look,
Those are among Republicans.
no,
you've got.
No. Among Republicans, I have a 94 and 95%. No, I'm talking about generally. I have the. Let me put it this way: there was a gentleman on Harry Emden yesterday on CNN, and he went crazy over how well Trump was doing. Now,
How well
you
Trump
know,
was
you
doing.
don't put that on because I think CBS is a shade. Actually, CNN's a shade better than NBC. I think NBC is
Somebody
probably the
bought
worst
one of
of
the
them all.
stacks
But
of silver.
if you check CNN tomorrow, watch Harry Emden, and you'll see about the numbers.
Harry
But that's okay. We
Emden.
have to defend ourselves, Jeff. Thank you.
But
We have to defend ourselves,
They
yeah.
can cite, your haters cite polls that have you down in the 30s, Mr. President. And,
Yeah, but they're fake polls, yo. I had a lot of fake polls. You also have me in the
A lot of
70s.
fake
Then Donald
polls.
Trump tries to make the
A lot
case
of fake
that all of the
polls.
job numbers and all of the economic data that's out now showing that the economy is doing very bad, as he says,
Fake
that's
polls.
rigged. And you'll see here the MAGA-friendly host, Joe Kernan, I would say maybe somewhat pushes back, but not really. Here, play this clip.
And certainly suboptimal, but rigged? Where do you get the notion that it's rigged, or do you have any evidence there?
It is antiquated, but it's also very political. And, I had an election recently where I did very well, won every swing state, won the popular vote, won everything, all right? Won all the counties. It's, I think 87% of the counties were Republican up. That's never happened before. And yet I had to go through hell. And just days before the election, they put out numbers that it was like the country was on fire. It was doing so well. And then they did a revision about 2 weeks later, and the revision was down by almost 900,000 jobs. Do you remember that? And I said, man, I said, what would have happened? What would have happened if I lost? Think of it. I would have said, they gave phony numbers and then they revised them a week and a half later.
Those were benchmark numbers, though, Mr. President. That happens. They do that. They do that twice a year, and it reconciles the monthly figures with like the overall numbers. And it was a big number. And obviously,
But the numbers were rigged. The numbers were rigged. Biden wasn't doing well. He was doing poorly. They announced these phenomenal numbers 2 days before the election. And a little bit before that, always these great numbers. And you knew it wasn't doing well. You knew prices were through the roof and inflation was there. But the whole thing was bad. But think of it. Then they did the biggest revision, I think, in history of almost 900,000 jobs. And it turned out to be more than that because later on they did another revision. And so they gave phony numbers in order to win the election. After I won the election, I said, too big to rig.
As frequent viewers know, I am a huge fan of our partner at Chapter, who helps seniors select the best Medicare plan for their specific situation. They've helped many viewers of this channel save money and get better medical care. One regular viewer named Kevin in Florida was struggling with high out-of-pocket costs due to his pre-existing conditions. Chapter helped him enroll in a plan that saves him $2,100 a year. They saved another listener, Stephen, hundreds of dollars a month by finding a better plan that covered his dialysis treatment. And the best part is it's totally free. You just give them a call at 82 Medicare and they'll see if you're in the best plan given your individual needs. If so, they'll let you know. If not, they'll help you find and enroll in something better. It's easy and it's quick. They can review your options in less than 20 minutes. And did I mention it's free? So if you're turning 65 or already on Medicare, but not sure if your plan is the best one that's around, call them today at 82 Medicare and share your experience in the comments below. Again, call them at 82 Medicare. As James Sherwicki explains, literally everything Trump just said here is a lie. Literally everything he says in general is a lie. The last jobs report before the election was very weak, just showing 12,000 jobs created. The big downward revision was announced in August, not after the election. He is a delusional and a liar. Just a horrible, horrible combination. Here, Donald Trump lies and claims the European Union is basically giving him a blank check for $600 billion that he claims that he can spend however he wants. Notice he doesn't even say the country. He goes, I can spend however I want. They gave me, the European Union gave me $600 billion. And again, this is 100% false. The European Union has said they have not guaranteed anything, the same way Japan and South Korea said they haven't guaranteed anything. They're not giving Donald Trump $1, yet alone $600 billion. There's no binding agreements. There's no paperwork. There's nothing written. It's Donald Trump's social media posts and Donald Trump wandering with his orange makeup, ranting and raving on the roof of the White House. Here, play this clip.
Mr. President, what kind of teeth, though, are in those investments? What kind of teeth are in those investments, meaning that would force the EU to make those investments? If they don't make those investments, what happens on the other side?
Well, then they pay tariffs of 35%. No, they brought down their tariffs. So they paid $600 billion, and because of that, I reduced their tariffs from 30% down to 15%. And a couple of countries came, how come EU is paying less than us? And I said, well, because they gave me $600 billion. And that's a gift. That's not like, a loan, by the way. That's not a loan that, 3 years comes up, we have to pay it back. There's nothing to pay back. They gave us $600 billion that we can invest in anything we want.
The deal that
and nobody knows it, Becky. Nobody knows it because they don't know.
No, we have been trying to figure out the details on that, Mr. President. So
well, there are no details.
Clarity on
the
that.
details are $600 billion to invest in anything I want. Anything. Okay. I can do anything I want with it. And the purpose was they've been, ripping us for so many years that it's time that they pay up, and they have to pay up. We couldn't afford to have the deficits. Look, I did something with Switzerland the other day. I spoke to their prime minister. The woman was nice, but she didn't want to listen. And they paid essentially no tariffs. And I said, we have a $41 billion deficit with you, madam. I didn't know her. I said, we have a $41 billion deficit. And you want to pay 1% tariffs. You wanted 1%. I said, you're not going to pay 1%. We lose.
Then Donald Trump goes after NATO leaders and says, they do whatever the hell I want. NATO leaders, they do what I want. Here, play this clip.
I finish one thing?
Yes.
1 year ago, 1 year ago, our country was dead. Now we have the hottest country anywhere in the world by far. And that was told to me by every leader of NATO, which they do whatever I want. That was told to me by the King of Saudi Arabia, by the leaders of UAE, by the leader of Qatar, by many. We were a dead country 1 year ago. Today we're the hottest country anywhere in the world, and I'm very happy to help.
Mr. President, once again, thank you.
Very happy to help.
Then Donald Trump brags about rigging the Texas maps and saying that he wants to grab these 5 seats away from Democrats before the midterms in Texas. Here, play this clip.
We have an opportunity in Texas to pick up 5 seats. We have a really good governor, and we have good people in Texas. And I won Texas. I got the highest vote in the history of Texas, as you probably know. And we are entitled to 5 more seats.
Don't know. I have to check on that, and you know they expect.
Check it. Why don't you check it, Frank?
The fact checkers expect us to check everything you say on the phone.
I want you to
but
check
for
it. I
4
don't
years,
do
those
anything
fact
to you
checkers
that's wrong.
didn't fact check anything that was said about. We don't need to relitigate that either, but they expect fact checking.
Joe, why don't you check it, okay? Because I'd like you to. I got the highest vote in the history of Texas.
You know, yesterday we heard from the Republican Congress member from Nebraska, Congressmember Don Bacon, and at least he was honest here when he says that people are suffering in Nebraska right now. We're losing jobs. People are struggling. Here, play this clip.
And I would just say, from my vantage point, here in Nebraska, we're seeing a bit of a troubled economic mess, or right now it's a troubled time. And I'll say, in Nebraska, the GDP here has decreased by 6% over the last year, and it's all about trade. It's all about getting corn and soybeans out the door. So what I hear with a weak jobs numbers, we're sort of seeing that in Nebraska right now.
If you look at the generic ballot poll that just came out this morning from YouGov, right now Democrats are above Republicans by significant margin, about 6%. That's been increasing steadily as well as Donald Trump is just completely destroying his presidency, the Republican brand. It's this delusional insanity that you're seeing right there, wandering on the roof, shouting and ranting and raving like a lunatic. I've unearthed some footage that I want to share with you as well, because Donald Trump ranting and raving on the roof, I'm spending all my money, everything I'm doing, that's all, I'm giving you money. It just reminded me of this. This is May 8th, 2013, and it's Donald Trump at this event that's called I'm Giving Away Money. This was the event, and it was one of Donald Trump's schemes. I'm giving away money, it's like I'm giving away money.com or something. Again, this is from 2013. This is the type of stuff that he was doing back then. Here, just watch this clip. I'll put these two clips together for you. Here, play this clip.
Make it to the podium, to be honest with you. And many of the people are in trouble, and they need help, and that's what we're about. And by the way, anything that I make from doing this and anything that I get, I'm putting back in. I'm giving 100% back. So Bill and his group, we're giving out 3 major awards today, and we'll be announcing them now. In addition to that, we're going to be giving 10 checks for $5,000 apiece to some of the people that are in this massive audience. So we'll be doing that, but let's do this first. So Bill, come on.
20s, 50s. We're giving armfuls of money to people. Anybody want money up there? We got plenty of money for people. Go to Fund Anything, tell us your story. We'll try to pick you, give you money.
So we're going to be doing these again over the months. We'll do them at Trump Tower. We're going to be doing these again. We have a few more people that we've just taken from the audience.
Just taken from the audience.
And I'm giving you all my money. I'm going to give you. You're going to be so rich. You're not going to know what to do with it. You want tariff rebate checks? You want Doge dividend checks? We're going to be so rich. The guy's a con artist. I can't. How do Americans fall for this crap? And he's a lunatic. I mean, he's on the top of a roof ranting and raving like a lunatic. Well, you tell me what you think and subscribe. Let's get to 6 million subscribers. Seriously, hit subscribe. Let's grow this channel. Let's get out the truth, people.
The truth is more important than ever. Check out our new Truth Over Lies collection at store.midastouch.com. All 100% USA Union made.
We need to look beyond Trump. Just fighting against his destructive agenda isn't enough. We also need to fight for bold ideas that will make our society and economy fairer for everyone. Here are 15 ways to build a better future. First, we need to realize that the ways we've been measuring the health of our economy are fundamentally wrong. Watch this. In America, it's expensive just to be alive. And that's because of choices made by some of these irregular Americans. Just look at how big oil is raking it in while you pay through the nose at the pump. Not sure about you, but I'll do just about anything to save fuel where I can. Go around. I'm driving slow because I'm saving gas. You don't like it? Go around. Go around. That's on top of the average price of a new non-luxury car, which is now over $44,000. I mean, even accounting for inflation, this is way higher than the average cost when I bought my first car. It's probably in a museum by now. Even worse, the median price for a house is now over $440,000. Compare that to 1972, when it was under $200,000. Work a full-time minimum wage job, you won't even be able to afford rent on a one-bedroom apartment just about anywhere in the United States. And when you get back after a long day of work, you'll likely be met with bills up the wazoo for doctor's visits, student loans. So what's left of the paycheck after basic living expenses? And maybe not even those. You can only reduce spending on food, housing, and other basic necessities so much. Want to try covering the rest of your monthly costs with a credit card? Well, now that's more expensive too, with the Fed continuing to hike interest rates. All of this comes back to how we measure a successful economy. What good are more jobs if those jobs barely pay enough to live on? And what good are lots of jobs if they cause so much stress and take up so much time that our lives are miserable? And don't tell me a good economy is measured by a roaring stock market if the richest 10% of Americans own more than 80% of it. And what good is a large gross domestic product if more and more of the total economy is going to the richest 1%? In fact, what good is economic growth if the way we grow depends on fossil fuels that cause a climate crisis? These standard measures, the jobs, the stock market, the GDP, they don't show how our economy is really doing, who is doing well, or the quality of our lives. People who sit at their kitchen tables at night wondering how they're going to pay the bills, they don't say to themselves, well, at least corporate profits are at record levels. In fact, corporations have record profits, and CEOs are paid so much because they're squeezing more output from workers but paying lower wages. Over the past 40 years, productivity has grown nearly 4 times as fast as hourly pay. That's right, working Americans are getting paid less for being more productive than ever. So wish we could say the same about billionaires. At the same time, corporations are driving up the costs of everyday items people need. Because corporations are monopolizing their markets, they don't have to worry about competitors. A few giant corporations can easily coordinate price hikes and enjoy bigger profits.
Yes, kitty.
Just 4 firms control 85% of all beef, 66% of all pork, and 54% of all poultry production. Firms like Tyson have seen their profit margins skyrocket as they jack up prices higher than their costs, forcing consumers who are already stretched thin to pay even more. It's not just meat. Weak antitrust enforcement has allowed companies to become powerful enough to raise their prices across the entire food industry. It's the same story with household goods. Giant companies like Procter & Gamble, they blame their price hikes on increased costs, but their profit margins have soared to 25%. Hello? They care more about their bottom line than your bottom. Meanwhile, parents and even grandparents like me are still struggling to feed their babies because of a national formula shortage. Why? Largely because the 3 companies that control the entire formula industry would rather pump money into stock buybacks than quality control at their factories. Traditionally, our economy's health is measured by the unemployment rate, job growth, the stock market, overall economic growth. But these don't reflect the everyday kitchen table economics that affect our lives the most. These measures don't show the real economy.
The group or
Instead of looking
resources,
just
not
at
the
number
combat
of jobs,
to do
we
that
need
thing.
to look at the income earned from
Aw.
those jobs, and not the average income. I mean,
I
people
didn't
at the
lose
top
any
always bring up the
games.
average. If Jeff Bezos walked into a bar with 100 average working people, the average wealth of each person would suddenly be over $1 billion. No, look here at the median income, half above, half below, and make sure it accounts for inflation. That is real purchasing power. Over the last few decades, the real median income has barely budged. This isn't economic success, it's economic failure with a capital F. And instead of looking at the stock market or the GDP, we need to look at who owns what, where the wealth really is. Over the last 40 years, wealth has concentrated more and more at the very top. Look at this. This is a problem, folks, because with wealth comes political power. Forget trickle-down economics. It's trickle-on.
It's just a trickle.
And instead of looking just at economic growth, we also need to look at what that growth is costing us. Subtract the costs of the climate
Raring
crisis,
is
the
fucking
costs of bad
trig.
health, the costs of no paid leave, and all the stresses on our
Wait,
lives
trig is
that
fine.
economic growth is demanding. We need to look at the quality of our lives, all our lives. How many of us are adequately housed and clothed and fed? How many of our kids are getting a good education? How many of us live in safety or in fear? You want to measure economic success? Go to the kitchen tables of America. Second, let's focus on one of the most successful existing programs that's currently under threat, but can easily be saved with one common sense reform. Here's the real reason Social Security is in danger that nobody's talking about. It's not just because too many boomers like me are retiring. It's because of inequality. Now, I don't want to alarm you. Social Security is still helping us oldies enjoy our golden years, mostly on the pickleball court, but only for so long. Social Security is one of the most popular and successful government programs ever created, not only helping retirees, but it's also keeping 26 million people out of poverty. Yet here's the problem. It's going to run out of money before you can ever receive it if the rich don't start paying their fair share. The trustees of Social Security, of which yours truly was once a member back when I had thicker hair, say the program will only be able to pay full benefits until 2033. After that, Social Security will only be able to dole out roughly 77% of benefits. Why? It's not the reason that many seem to think.
And we're going to have more and more baby
Well, I only
boomers
lost
who are going to be collecting Social Security.
Boomer retirees like me might be soaking up some sun, but we're not soaking up all of the program's funds. The Social Security trustees anticipated the boom in boomer retirements. This is why Social Security was amended back in 1983 to gradually increase the age for collecting full retirement benefits from age 65 to age 67. That change is helping finance the boomers' retirement. What did the trustees fail to anticipate? A much larger chunk of the nation's total income is now going to the top compared to decades ago. But income subject to the Social Security payroll tax is capped. No dollar of earnings above the cap is taxed. The cap in 2023 is $160,200. So as the rich have become far richer, more and more of the nation's total income has escaped the Social Security payroll tax. For example, a CEO earning $20 million a year pays Social Security taxes on roughly 1% of their income, while a worker earning under the cap pays Social Security taxes on 100% of their income. As more of the nation's income has gone to the super rich, logically, a larger share of the nation's income goes untaxed for Social Security. This is why widening inequality has cost the Social Security Trust Fund an estimated $1.4 trillion since 1983. The solution is obvious. It's time to scrap the cap and make the rich pay more in Social Security taxes. One plan introduced in Congress would eliminate the cap on earnings over $250,000 and also subject investment income to Social Security taxes. It's estimated that this would extend the solvency of Social Security for the next 75 years without raising taxes on 93% of American households. This is where you come in. Share this video and help spread the word about the real threat to Social Security and what can be done about it. If we want to ensure Social Security's long-term future and that working people can retire with dignity, we must make the wealthy pay their fair share. Now let's look to the not-too-distant future. How will our society function when and if most people's jobs are replaced by artificial intelligence? You see this little gadget? Let's call it an I-everything. You can't get it yet, but if technology keeps moving as fast as it is now, the I-everything will be with us before you know it. A combination of intelligent computing, 3D manufacturing, big data crunching, and advanced biotechnology. This little machine will be able to do everything you want and give you everything you need. There's only one hitch. As the economy is now organized, no one will be able to buy it because there won't be any paying jobs left. You see, the I-everything will do everything. I'm exaggerating a bit in order to make a point about the trend we're already seeing. Even now, we're producing more and more with fewer and fewer people. Internet sales are on the way to replacing millions of retail workers. Diagnostic apps will be replacing hundreds of thousands of healthcare workers. Self-driving cars and trucks will replace 5 million drivers.
Where would you like to go?
Researchers estimate that almost half of all U.S. jobs are at risk of being automated in the next 2 decades. Now, this isn't necessarily bad. The economy we're heading toward could offer millions of people more free time to do what they want instead of what they have to do to earn a living. But to make this work, we'll have to figure out some way to recirculate the money from the relatively few people who do very well in the economy of the I-everything to the rest of us who will want to buy the I-everythings. One possible answer, a universal basic income, possibly financed out of the profits going to labor replacing innovations. The idea of a universal basic income historically has had support from people on both the left and the right.
You're in the vanguard, right?
In the 1970s, President Nixon proposed a similar concept for the United States, and it even passed the House of Representatives.
I therefore propose that we abolish the present welfare system, and a basic federal minimum would be provided.
The idea is getting some traction again. Some think it could be superior to welfare or other kinds of public assistance because a universal basic income doesn't tell people what to spend the assistance on, and everyone qualifies. In recent years, evidence has shown that giving people cash as a way to address poverty actually works. In study after study, people don't stop working and they don't drink it away. They actually use it to increase their earnings. Interest in a basic income is surging, with governments debating it from Finland to Canada to Namibia. The charity Give Directly is about to launch a basic income pilot in Kenya, providing an income for more than 10 years to some of the poorest and most vulnerable families on the planet, and then rigorously evaluate the results. As new technologies replace work, the question for the future is how best to provide economic security for all. A universal basic income could be an answer. Sounds great, right? But how does universal basic income work in real life? Watch this. Conservatives say that if you give people money, they won't work. The cash assistance is a handout.
All that security,
Socialism.
and they still
It's
can't
a
protect their
disincentive.
own spaceport.
All right, I mean,
The
it's
UC
not
never
hard to make a
fails to
living.
disappoint.
It's hard to make a good living,
Just
but
wish
not
I
hard to
had
make
received
a
the
living.
news from an
Oh,
SSNN
baloney.
broadcast.
Providing people with
We
a
have a
basic
strategic
income has
advantage to
significant
maintain,
benefits.
Mr. Long.
Of course, ma'am. I'll make sure it doesn't happen again.
The most recent example comes from Stockton, California, where researchers studied the effects of distributing $500 a month for 24 months to 125 recipients. The cash was unconditional, with no strings attached and no work requirements, and recipients were selected randomly from neighborhoods at or below the city's median income. After a year, what are the initial
You're
findings?
the one, McIntyre.
Those who
You have my
received
thing.
payments
Now,
have gone from working
now that you-
part-time
I
to
can only-
working full-time at more than twice the rate of those who did not receive payments. And more people who received payments but had not
Let me
been
be
working
frank,
got work, while more of those who didn't receive payments became
Really gonna
unemployed.
push-
The explanation is simple. Receiving
listening.
enough money to get by gives people the freedom to get the
Preventing more
jobs they
debt.
want and feel
suppose you're
psychologically healthier, less anxious, and depressed.
It's possible I might-
Republicans claim that people use
A
so-called
fair point.
handouts to buy things they don't need.
The cost of being wrong is a high
In Stockton, people have spent
Well,
the payments
Captain,
on
you-
basic needs,
you make some good
groceries,
points.
utility bills,
But if
car
I'm really
repairs,
granting you
and to pay
access,
down their debts.
I'm gonna need the
kind of
following
expenditures
concessions.
that keep them going.
Your access will
the
be
Stockton
limited.
study is
You
still
can only take
ongoing,
out the
but it
items
already
related to
shows
stopping
that
these territories.
unconditional cash payments
monitors will
help
make sure.
recipients find work,
You
build
go in
financial
once,
stability,
you get
and
everything you
relieve
need on your
stress,
trip,
all
again.
while stimulating the economy.
all research
It's
done with the
time
data
we
will
stop
be monitored.
perpetuating
This
conservative
data is
myths
being used
about
to save the
laziness
The galaxy
and
needs
handouts.
to be involved
Giving
in the
people
oversight.
money to survive
Free Star
isn't
scientists
just
will
the
watch your
moral
people
thing to
like
do.
hawks.
It's the smart
So, do we
thing
have an
to do.
agreement?
Now, I can understand why some people might find this idea controversial, but I believe a universal basic income will become a necessity as AI and automation replace more jobs. Let's turn to an idea that shouldn't be controversial at all. Workers deserve a living wage. To achieve that, at the very least, we need to get rid of the sub-minimum wage. $2.13 an hour? That's how much millions of American workers are paid under the federal sub-minimum wage for tipped workers, which was set all the way back in 1991. While many think tipping for services has gotten out of control,
No, ma'am, we are not tipping at the Starbucks drive-thru.
arguing over who deserves a tip and how much they should get distracts from what we really should be angry about. Business models that depend on not paying workers a living wage.
It's bad enough that the federal minimum wage is a measly $7.25 an hour. But employers are allowed to pay tipped workers just $2.13 an hour because supposedly those workers will be able to make up for it in tips.
Saru Jayaraman of One Fair Wage has been advocating to change this absurd and exploitative law. I asked her to share with us 4 big reasons why we need to get rid of the sub-minimum wage and pay service workers a full living wage with tips on top.
Number 1, tipped workers who earn a sub-minimum wage often end up making less than minimum wage even with tips. 43 states currently allow tipped workers to be paid a sub-minimum wage. Employers in these states are legally required to make up the difference if a worker's combined wage and tips don't reach the full minimum wage. But over a third of tipped workers report that their bosses regularly fail to do this. Number 2, the sub-minimum wage perpetuates gender discrimination and sexual harassment on the job. More than 2/3 of tipped workers, actually 70% in the United States, are women. And 1 in 6 women that work a tipped job are living in poverty. That's nearly 2.5 times the rate for workers overall. Since workers earning the sub-minimum wage are so dependent on tips to make a living, they're often put in situations where they have to tolerate inappropriate customer behavior. A staggering 76%, that's more than 3/4 of tipped workers, have reported experiencing sexual harassment on the job. But in states that require full minimum wage with tips on top, sexual harassment is cut in half because workers are not as dependent on customers for their income. Number 3, replacing wages with tips is a relic of slavery. Tipped workers are disproportionately people of color, and Black service workers in particular consistently earn less, including tips, than their white counterparts. Look, this inequity of the sub-minimum wage is tied to America's history of structural racism. Following the Civil War, tipping was used as a racist solution by employers who didn't want to pay formerly enslaved black workers. So by allowing them to pay their workers just in tips rather than a wage, employers were able to avoid directly paying black workers. Number 4, paying workers a living wage plus tips is actually better for business and our economy. Corporate lobbyists, particularly for the restaurant industry, claim that paying workers a full minimum wage with tips on top will be devastating to businesses. But research shows these fears are completely overblown. So far, 7 states have replaced their sub-minimum wage for tipped workers with a higher full minimum wage that still allows for tips on top. These 7 states are actually faring better than the 43 other states, both in the number of restaurants and the number of people employed by restaurants. And take-home pay for restaurant servers and bartenders in these states is 24% higher, almost a quarter higher than in states with a wage of just $2.13 an hour. Workers at restaurants that have scrapped their sub-minimum wages in favor of higher full minimum wages with tips on top are more productive, happier, and less likely to quit their jobs. This alone helps business owners cut employee turnover nearly in half. So not only have higher wage states been able to maintain their restaurant industries, but workers are more productive, getting paid more, and less likely to live in poverty.
And when workers have more money, they spend more money, stimulating their local economies in the process.
And here's the really exciting news. For the first time,
Development at 6, Seattle's new police chief says officers are stretched thin following a violent 4-day stretch. Good evening, I'm Steve Solis.
And I'm Mary Num. The 3 homicides in 4 days have undone some of the progress made by the city to drive down violent crime. The first shooting happened Thursday night outside a church in the University District. Sunday morning, a man was shot and killed outside a rave on First Avenue South. Less than 2 hours later, a man was found dead in a parking lot near a crashed sports car. KOMO's Jeremy Harris is live now with his update for us. Jeremy?
Well, Mary and Steve, after years of record-level homicides here in Seattle, the data this year is trending in the right direction. It's going down, but that is little comfort to the families of those affected by the recent string of homicides, including over the weekend where 2 people were shot right here in Soto, and police were racing to keep up. The start of August was violent in Seattle. Over the weekend, multiple shootings kept police busy. Dozens of evidence markers were laid out as detectives picked up shell casings here on First Avenue South, where a man was killed outside a rave. Up the road, another man was found dead
outside
near
a
the sports
rave.
car.
Again, one weekend does not make the entire year, but I thought it was very important, as chief of police, to be out and let you know what we saw this weekend.
Seattle Police Chief Sean Barnes said even with this spate of summer violence, homicides and violent crimes are still trending down in the city.
Yeah, the only concern is whenever we talk about crime going down, crime immediately goes up the following weekend.
But the homicides and shootings were only part of the problem this weekend. Thin ranks at the SPD are still causing slow response times, and police are stretched thin. This weekend in Capitol Hill, police were called to a large crowd fighting, but there weren't enough officers to break it up. A supervisor wrote in a report that officers monitored the Capitol Hill area as bars let out, but, quote, subsequent calls pulled our few remaining officers from the area, including an infant not breathing and a suicidal 10-year-old with a knife barricaded in a bathroom while drinking bleach. Barnes also addressed the still unsolved murder of a man outside a church in the University District last week.
And it's not just the impact on the person who obviously lost their lives, but I see the family members. I see the officers as well. The look in their eyes when they're looking for every piece of evidence in grass. I see the community members as they gather behind some of your cameras and wanted to know what happened in their community. And certainly we had some unfortunate incidents of gun violence. But I think there's a lot of work to be done. We're ready to do that work.
Wait.
Seattle police tell me that this year they have investigated 25 homicides, and historically July and August have been the 2 most violent months for the city. Last year, there were over 60 homicides. The year before that, 2023, was when we set that record at 74 homicides here in the city. The prosecutor's office tells me they track this as well because they have to screen some of these homicide cases. They say their screenings for homicides countywide this year are down by about 20%. Reporting live in Seattle, Jeremy Harris, Como News.
Jeremy.
Hey there, folks. Hope you're doing well today. You know, I'm seeing all this news about Pam Bondi starting a grand jury to investigate Barack Obama, and it made me think of a clip we looked at the other day. Let's take a quick look at it and then discuss.
And he started all this trouble. What trouble? That's racism and all that.
The division of the United States has all come from Obama.
In what way?
Because he's black and he tore it one way and tore it one way. And I mean, they expect you to believe what they say and not let the American people think for themselves.
So, when asked how Barack Obama was racist, all she could say is, because he's black. And now, let's keep in mind, this lady chose the pussy-grabbing felon who was found liable for sexual assault to be president. She didn't have a problem with any of those things. But this guy who's black, oh, that's a problem. This shows how fucking stupid Americans are. Stupidly fucking racist. I mean, the fucking origin story with Donald Trump and Barack Obama is Donald Trump starting conspiracy theory about how he wasn't born in America.
We've got to get to some breaking news now that's coming into us as well. As we're learning, the Attorney General is ordering a grand jury investigation into claims by the White House that former President Obama ordered a probe into then candidate Trump's 2016 campaign connections to Russia, allegedly to try to hurt his chances of becoming president. By the way, allegations that are not substantiated.
This is Donald Trump,
Here,
right?
I'll reach out
the
to
guy,
Deputy
when he commits crimes, leaves evidence everywhere. Like, I can't even believe the Trump administration would want to rehash all of this information. They were so guilty, and let me demonstrate that right now. The Trump campaign had countless contacts between Trump associates and Russian nationals. And the reason we know this is because of a guy named George Papadopoulos. He was overheard bragging about having these different meetings at a social event. He was then investigated and lied to the FBI.
All right, former Trump campaign aide George Papadopoulos is going to jail, but for all of 14 days. Of course, he was the aide in the 2016 campaign who had apparently lied to the FBI, and there was a lot of back and forth about his possible ties to Russia, etc., how much he knew about and admitted to those ties, and whether there were anyone else within the campaign who might have been familiar. A judge slapping him with a 14-day incarceration, fine, 13 months of suspended release, 200 hours of community service, and a $9,500 fine. You might recall as well that the Bob Mueller task force looking into that had said that he had lied to agents about his contacts to Russians to minimize both his own role as a witness and to the extent of the campaign's knowledge of his contacts.
And I know what you're thinking. You're like, wait, but that guy was just an aide, right? It's not like his campaign manager was communicating with them. Well, yes, he was. That was a guy named Paul Manafort. And he was sharing, and again, Donald Trump's campaign chair, and he shared internal polling data, a Russian suspected of intelligence ties. The Senate Intelligence Committee described him as a Russian intelligence officer and called this a grave counterintelligence threat. Anyway, why do we need to give that information to Russia?
In the day's other news, a new court filing in the Russia probe said that prosecutors believe former Trump campaign chair Paul Manafort gave campaign polling data to a Russian associate. He allegedly had ties to Russian intelligence. The disclosure suggests that Russia could have used the information in its election meddling effort.
Oh, wait, so there you have it. By Russia having this data, it can be more targeted with how they interfered with the election, which there was evidence of in terms of social media manipulation. We also saw hacking and leaking of emails from the DNC and Clinton campaigns. And this was all via Russian military intelligence, the GRU. And all of these actions benefited Trump. And not only that, but they were widely promoted by his campaign.
Why do I have to get involved with Putin? I have nothing to do with Putin. I've never spoken to him. I don't know anything about him other than he will respect me. He doesn't respect our president. And if it is Russia, which is probably not, nobody knows who it is, but if it is Russia, it's really bad for a different reason. Because it shows how little respect they have for our country when they would hack into a major party and get everything. But it would be interesting to see. I will tell you this. Russia, if you're listening, I hope you're able to find the 30,000 emails that are missing. I think you will probably be rewarded mightily by our press. Let's see if that happens. That'll be next. Yes, sir.
These throwbacks only show what a con artist the sleazy scumbag is. They literally talking about Russia's gonna respect me. What happened to ending the war in Ukraine on day one? Putin is dog walking you around the world. I mean, what kind of respect is he talking about? I mean, just the other day, Russia's Security Council Deputy Chairman Dmitry Medvedev told Donald Trump to remember that Moscow possessed Soviet-era nuclear strike capabilities of last resort. He's literally threatening him with nuclear war, and Donald Trump's talking about them showing respect. When did that happen to Biden or Obama? But wait, there's more. I mean, Roger Stone was in contact with a hacker named Lucifer 2.0 about these WikiLeaks email dumps.
Former Trump campaign advisor Roger Stone. He is admitting tonight that he is the unnamed person who had communication with an alleged Russian hacker. Janine Stanwood is live in Fort Lauderdale, where she got Stone's side of the story. Janine.
And Lori, Roger Stone has admitted even before tonight that he was in contact with somebody called Lucifer 2.0, but he says he does not think that that person is a Russian nor a hacker, even though the DOJ says otherwise. Political operative and Fort Lauderdale resident Roger Stone believes he is the unnamed Trump campaign regular who corresponded with an alleged Russian hacker mentioned in Friday's bombshell indictment.
And this is it. We're not in the dark ages, you know? It's not like people aren't able to find this information. We lived through this. This is documented. The internet exists, and all of these videos are still available. We're going to have to go through some great purge to make sure all these people forget about this. This wasn't just the extent of it. There's so much more. Like, Jared Kushner was a big part of all of this. He instructed Michael Flynn to communicate with Russians, and all of this is documented.
Well, former National Security Advisor Michael Flynn has admitted to lying to the FBI and is cooperating with an investigation into Russian interference in the 2016 presidential election. And now he may be pointing the finger at President Trump's son-in-law, Jared Kushner. Former National Security Advisor Michael Flynn came to court to plead guilty to making false statements to the FBI. Court papers say Flynn lied about the details of 2 phone calls he had with then Russian ambassador to the U.S., Sergei Kislyak, during the presidential transition. CBS News has learned Flynn was directed to make the first call by President Trump's son-in-law, Jared Kushner, described in court papers as a very senior member of the transition team. On December 22, 2016, Flynn called Kislyak to urge Russia to delay or defeat a United Nations resolution on Israeli settlements. A week later, Flynn spoke to Kislyak again, this time about new sanctions imposed by the Obama administration on Russia. He relayed to the ambassador that the Trump team did not want Russia to escalate the situation.
But, I mean, it's not like Michael Flynn was, I don't know, hanging out having dinner with Vladimir Putin. Oh, Jesus Christ, he was. Here he is, he's hanging out with Vladimir Putin. I guess what RT had paid General Flynn to go out and do a speech. Not only that, we could see that Jill Stein, right, the future U.S. Green Party presidential candidate, was there. What the hell is she doing there? But it's not like, I mean, they were able to get results through this line of communication and Donald Trump, like, acknowledged it publicly. I mean, that would just be, you know, that would just be leaving evidence everywhere.
After the second Kislyak call, Russian President Vladimir Putin announced that he would not retaliate for the U.S. sanctions, and President-elect Trump tweeted that he was very smart.
All right, lock her up.
Flynn was a loyal Trump surrogate during the campaign, but he was fired as national security advisor after just 24 days when it became clear he'd also lied to Vice President Pence about his communication with Kislyak. The question now, where does the investigation go?
I mean, what about the tweet, though? Like, he's very smart. It's like a grandpa tweeting to, like, a 4-year-old. But it's not like, I don't know, Don Jr. was taking meetings with Russians, you know, in Trump Tower with Jared Kushner. Oh, wait, he was?
We're still going through all of these at this point, but so far it's pretty clear that this is the most complete picture we have of this meeting to date. The president's son, Donald Trump Jr., began his testimony by saying, "I did not collude with any foreign government and do not know of anyone who did." He also said the president did not know about the June 2016 meeting with a Russian lawyer. The big issue here is that meeting and the subsequent explanations of it. Initially, the president's son told the New York Times the meeting was primarily about Russian adoptions, never mentioning the fact that he agreed to the meeting after being told in an email that the person had information that might hurt Hillary Clinton's campaign. Many called Trump Jr.'s statement misleading, and then there were reports that President Trump actually dictated the statement. The committee asked if that was correct, to which Trump Jr. replied, "I don't know. I never spoke to my father about it." In his testimony, Trump Jr. told the committee he agreed to the meeting after a publicist named Rob Goldstone told him someone had official documents and information that would incriminate Clinton for dealings with Russia, and that the information would be, quote, very useful to the campaign.
And so I think the thing we want to take note of there is when they asked him the question, did your father dictate this to you? It wasn't yes, it wasn't no. It was, I don't know. I think that should deserve a follow-up question. So real quick, Trump Jr.'s statement was, it was a short introductory meeting.
A minute
I was asked
40.
to attend a meeting by an acquaintance I knew from the 2013 Miss Universe pageant with an individual who I was told might have information that would be helpful to the campaign. Written materials were offered but not provided. We primarily discussed a program about the adoption of Russian children that was active and popular with American families years ago, and since ended by the Russian government. It was not a campaign issue at the time, and there was no follow-up. I don't know. I mean, just the mention of the Miss Universe pageant, I mean, that's Donald Trump's thing, not Trump Jr.'s thing. And that original back and forth between the Russians and Don Jr., the Russians were promising dirt on Hillary Clinton. When they offered other damaging information, Don Jr. replied, "I love it." Mueller made the case that he didn't charge anyone with conspiracy due to lack of evidence. They knew it was illegal, or that useful information was actually received, which is a real injustice here. But it's not like the campaign manager was also in the meeting with Jared Kushner and Trump Jr., right?
Trump Jr. said he did not tell his father about the email when asked, "Why wouldn't you share it with your father?" Given your response that you loved it, especially later in the year, Trump Jr. replied, "Because I wouldn't bring him anything that's unsubstantiated, especially from a guy like Rob, before I knew what it was actually about myself." Heather?
So Donald Trump Jr. obviously not the only person at this meeting, right?
Right, yeah, not the only person at this meeting and not the only person tied to the meeting. These are the 6 key players. 3 from the Trump campaign were at the meeting: Trump Jr., Paul Manafort, and Jared Kushner. According to the committee, Kushner and Manafort declined to be interviewed in person by the committee. They submitted statements, as did Natalia Veselnitskaya. These people were interviewed by the committee. Another familiar name you'll see in this group of pictures is Glenn Simpson, the co-founder of Fusion GPS, the firm behind the unverified Trump dossiers.
I mean, even before all of this, Michael Cohen confirmed that there were meetings with Felix Sater regarding a Trump Tower Moscow project. And this was coordinated with many Russian officials, including Dmitry Peskov's office, someone that was in the picture with Michael Flynn. And not only that, but Trump signed a letter of intent for Trump Tower Moscow while he was running for president. And that's a fact he publicly denied. But I mean, so many things, right? You had this Trump Tower meeting. You have Paul Manafort with all of his connections. George Papadopoulos. You have Roger Stone, Michael Flynn, Jared Kushner's connection to all of these different meetings. And we didn't even get into Carter Page. Page had contacts with Russian officials during the campaign. He gave a speech in Moscow. He was under FBI surveillance because of his Russia. You also had another Trump associate from 2017, a gentleman named Aaron Prince, who also had a couple of meetings with Putin allies, reportedly trying to set up a back channel between Trump and the Kremlin. And not only that, there was a lot of post-election follow-ups, right? You had multiple Trump team members continuing to engage with Russians. You saw this with Flynn and Kislyak, Kushner's and others, especially with their business ties and policies. Not to mention, you just had several of them lying about or failing to disclose these contacts during security clearance processes that were eventually exposed. So again, Pam Bondi's investigation is completely meritless. Donald Trump is an incompetent criminal who leaves evidence everywhere. He's a literal convicted felon. If Americans were smart enough to see that and not just care about the skin color, again, she didn't say anything about Obama's policies. It just had to do with the color of his skin. Fucking idiots.
GOP comms director throwing a Roman. Wait, that is the GOP comms director? This lady is a oh my god, she's literally the Omaha Young Republicans chair, comms director for Nebraska GOP. What? Why is this the new meta for white ladies on Twitter? I've seen like 5 different white women that look exactly the same throwing up the Roman salute on the timeline this past weekend. It's like, I guess this is the new thing now. This is just what's happening. Is that what's going on? Like, people are just heiling Hitler casually? Bro, okay, I go back and forth on this, but do we bring back cancel culture? Is that what we're supposed to be doing nowadays? Is that what it is? Like, what the is this? I saw this one, and then I saw this one, and now this. What is happening? They saw one Sydney Sweeney ad and went crazy, bro. They saw one American Eagle ad, and they were like, oh, the eagle stands for the Nazi eagle. Actually, where's the ADL on this? Bro, don't. They're too busy. They're too busy clip farming so they can find something to get mad about that I did the other day or some, you know what I mean? Because I said Israel's apartheid state doing a genocide. The peak of real anti-Semitism. Not this, of course, because I'm sure these ladies...
Oops. Starfield, what ammo does the electromagnetic rifle use? 6.5 MI array. MI arrays. Starfield, best things to give companions. Frag grenades. We're going to give him 1 mine. Frag grenades. Right. Frag mines. Impact grenades. Inferno mines. Particle grenades. Shrapnel grenades. Ooh, I bought Skydrop flares, which is good, so I can, like, load my Skydrop thing. Stun mines, Tesla pions, and toxic gas mines. And let the robot toss out tons of throwables. I think that's cool.
Good day, Captain.
Oh, maybe I should just give him the most powerful weapon I have, but I don't know. The electromagnetic rifle, I'll notice if he's actually fighting, if he hits his targets. I love the little apple cubes, they're cute. Now I want some applesauce, and I have some. I'm gonna go get some. Got a little tiny cup of applesauce. Yeah. What's going on? I love my little Apple cord because it has like 30 watts or whatever, and it charges fucking fast if you have the right charger. Nice, more stuff. I'm sure through that ammo. You know, I have an option for ammo in this options thing, and I think I'm going to do it because I don't have ammo weight, and so it doesn't really matter. But yeah, this loot thing, I want add ammo to player kills. I want 8 to 16 ammo in each player kills because yeah, I'm scared of running out. I don't want to spend money on it. Excuse me. I love this RPG. It's actually one of the deepest RPGs, if not the deepest RPGs ever made, if you add the mods. So many systems and things going on. I love these little desktop digiframes, and I'm going to leave them up in my ship if I remember when I get back. I'm going to go to miscellaneous, and I'm going to drop these little desktop digiframes like in my ship all over the top of the... Or no, I guess you can't. I think you can place a digiframe in a holder. I think I'll switch my weapon. The Ashta Tamer, yeah, is like one of my best weapons, and it really should be my shotgun as opposed to this crappy electric shotgun that has a really bad, like, thing. So I'm going to switch out the Ashta Tamer now to my shotgun roll, which is where this mag shot's sitting. I'm going to switch out the mag shot. The mag shot's good, but it doesn't have fire rate. I love this Tesla calibrated mag shot. It's good, but it just doesn't have fire rate. So, yeah. So, I mean, I don't know. It does, but it, yeah, but like, I want to drop it down. It just doesn't have the fire rate of other stuff. I'd rather be firing the tamer and picking up ammo off them. Yeah, and like this, yeah, there's no real room for, there's this crazy radioactive refined Big Bang. Wait, that's on 3? Wait, 2, 3. Oh no, Ashta Tamer on 3. Refined Big Bang. Oh yeah, refined Big Bang. I mean, this is a good shotgun, but I actually meant to stick the Ashta in the fucking, the slot, in that slot, right? Yeah, Ashta Tamer. Calibrated mag shot. Yeah, there we go. And yeah, in the Big Bang, I'm gonna phase it out. It's a nice shotgun. It's got 77 fizz, but this Ashta, it's got 252. It's got 5 times that damage. So it subs in, and it's also funnier because it wrecks shit. Like here, this is a good example. I'm gonna pick up the ammo because I don't want to lose it, like that stuff. But some of this stuff, yeah, it doesn't matter. So watch this. When you hit. Goddamn fucking robot walked in front of me as I fucking fired. Goddamn fucking asshole developer. Fuck off. You can see all the shit fly around, which is good environmental effect, and I like that a lot on the Ashta. But I've been scared about the ammo because it's like they don't even sell it to you. They sell it to you, but you have to haunt the vendors, and I don't want to do that. So now if I use this weapon, I should find replacement ammo. Applesauce is good. The hell? I have a personal transporter and I can just warp to ships. Conference room, security, computer. I think I already did this one, huh? Yeah, I did. Okay, so I guess I'll turn the music on since I'm not really watching this. Audio, music. Inaccessible. Oh, right, the thingy. I kind of want to turn the hardcore mod back on because it doesn't affect me. I can just turn the mod off and get my save back. And the save on rest. It would make this so much more tense. Yeah, my robot shoots with the stun gun. So like that hurts other robots a lot. Like that thing went down quick because my robot shot it, I think. And it's funny to watch him like trank people. I think that's funnier. I don't need him to do damage.
What seems punishment becomes providence. A reminder we can never truly know the great serpent's designs for us.
I should have brought what's her name? Andreja, because there's probably like RP flavor language or RP flavor stuff here for this, but it also might, she also might affect the outcome. And I think the robot might get me further. Now, are you gonna get mad if I steal all this stuff? What happens if I steal here? I'm gonna experiment with a save scum. Do you care what I do? Oh yes, you do. You absolutely do. Okay, well, I was just checking, Jesus. Oh, I didn't know that. So Vasco can wear fucking armor? Well, then I better give him some, or he'll just get knocked all the fucking time. They can wear armor? I didn't know that.
Hi. Please disregard commencing item exchange.
Well, sure. I'm sure these guys have dropped all kinds of armor, right? Yeah, I'm sure. Or no, I guess not, huh? Okay, well, I can give him a helmet with really high DR or whatever here. I can give him that. I mean, that's all I can give him. But yeah, I'll give him a helmet. I'll give him a chest piece when I get a nice one.
If I can be of assistance in the future.
I don't know. Maybe I should give him a high damage weapon because he does kind of carry. The disruptor is dumb. It's like the worst weapon I could technically give him.
Am I currently in?
You are. You have something I want, which is this weapon. I don't want you having the disruptor on all that. So take the MI array back. This weapon, the yeah, the negotiator. I don't use it, so I'm gonna give him this. It uses 40 XPL. I'm gonna give that to Vasco. Then I'm gonna go to the ammo and I'm gonna give him 40 XPL like I did her. She has a good grenade launcher too. 40 XPL. Yeah, I'll give him like, I don't know what. All I need to do is give him like 10 or something. That's all I'm gonna do. Can't really give him a lot. And I'll wait for another one of these to fall. Because I don't need it. The Ashta Tamer is just as good. Or better.
Return soon.
I love this game. It is like the greatest RPG. Oh, shit. Oops. Shit. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. No, no. Ah, you're so annoying. I should have saved after I did all the stupid menu stuff. I'm learning. You can customize their outfits. Best stuff to give Vasco. Starfield, best stuff to give Vasco. So he likes Elemental Equinox. I need to look for that. Shotguns or other weapons. No, I bet he rocks this grenade launcher just fine. I've seen her do it. What else do you have in there? There's a drink pack and stuff because it's like a kitchen. All right, let's go equip Vasco. I think that yeah, like you're not gonna shoot this disruptor well, are you? I don't know. Maybe he will. It might be funny to see him trank somebody, but no, he can't trank anybody because he's got to shoot them 3 or 4 times. So you give me this fucking disruptor and this ammo. And then, yeah, for weapons-wise, we're going to give him this anti-personnel advanced negotiator and 40 millimeter XPL. 40 millimeter XPL. 5 or whatever. Confirm. There we go. Now Vasco's equipped, right? Now, do I have to tell him to equip this thing? I do. I have to tell him to equip it. That's another thing. I didn't see him rock the disruptor because it might be funny to watch him nuke guy, or sorry, it might be really funny to watch him sleep guys all the time because he has good aim probably so he probably sleeps guys like all the time probably if he has the right weapon. But this is also really funny. Watching him grenade people is probably really funny too. Do I have to tell him to equip it? No. So there we go. So okay. So and then in terms of, I gave him a spacesuit and a helmet. But I can't tell him to equip it, I guess. I don't know. Starfield, does Vasco equip armor? Okay, so, okay, he's all equipped and everything. He will... I don't know if I ever equipped her, so I think she just default fired it, but I don't know. Oops. You didn't care about that pan? Was it stealing?
Not the ideal introduction, I suspect. Tell me, though, is the rest... is that right? Now, you were sent and the broadcast worrying. So... yeah, the preservate, but... for years, in exchange, the knowledge you... Well then, please.
Starfield, do companions use electromagnetic rifles well?
Let it be used for good.
No way. So no, the Nova Light will not stun. So then I want him doing grenades. What are we doing? Where do I go? Get out of my way. You are so annoying. Where do I go? You directed me here a second ago. Where do I go? There we go. I want to try an experiment. Yes! Nice. At night is so fucking bright you can't see in front of you. It's like this white light. Yeah, I guess that interferes with my vision just a little bit too much, so I'll fix it. Put it way the fuck back here. I don't know, that blocks the chairs, but I don't know. I don't really want them sitting in the chairs.
What's going on?
There, that's better. I can, like, see out now. Get out of the fucking way. You're so annoying. It's because the moon isn't out, so you can't see anything at all. So the lights are fucking bright. I like the lights in this game. It's the most advanced lighting I've ever seen. Sure, what do? We go to friends like these. Return to Deputy McIntyre. Okay, so we go back to return to Deputy McIntyre. We'll go to the transit station. Cool. Oh, you AFK'd me out. That's okay. Log me back in. Explorer.exe. I wonder what it wanted. I will gamble for what are they called? Ishtars or whatever they are. I will gamble for Ishtars. And I will suit them out, and I'll go day trip null, because it's much cheaper than running Gilas. I'm gonna try and repair my Amara rep though. Maybe I should watch a video about fixing faction standing. Yeah, I want the fast reputation guy, right?
let's go over
Hey, Smarky
the
Dragon.
quickest way that I have found in EVE Online to increase your faction standings. And so the faction standings are the like Caldari State, Amar Empire, Minmatar Republic, and then Galante Federation. Those are the primary four. But then there's also like Mordu's Legion, you know, the pirate factions and some other factions in there. Now, the reason that these matter is because it really makes a difference with your commerce and with the acquisition of missions. So if you have, you know, Amar Empire over 5, then you can pull any related corporation's mission that's under Amar Empire at level 4. So you can, you know, do a lot more security missions and such. Now, the here is an example of my doing security missions and kind of how long it's taken me, because you have to do 16 of the corporate missions before you get a special, which is a faction mission. And so here on the 9th, and then on the 12th, and then on the 19th, so you got to do 16 of those. I figure that I spend around 45 minutes to an hour on average doing security missions. I like to loot too, you know, but there is a much quicker way, I want to show you here under Emperor Family the fact that I've got all of these missions here that I did yesterday. I don't know how many that is. It's around 20. And so, could I do 20 security missions in one day? Probably not. These are all distribution missions, and I'm taking an average of about 10 minutes. So this one, 13 hours, 58 minutes ago, 14 hours, 7 minutes ago,
when you get
14
down
hours,
there,
17
the UC
minutes
monitor
ago,
will give you
there's a special
instructions on how to
notification,
deploy the codes.
14
Follow
hours,
them
26
to
minutes
the letter.
Ago.
Here, the UC code piece and an absolute.
14 hours, 36 minutes ago. So I can do them in about 10 minutes. And I'm doing them with a ship like this. This is a Viator. And I'm going to show you a second ship as well. The Viator, I do have the fit on EWB. And this is set to align in 3 ticks. So it's pretty quick. It also warps nice and fast, 9.38 AU. That's without any implants. If you have implants in, you can get it to go faster. It also is just tanky enough to have to be able to survive smaller smart bombs at gates. So it's a pretty good ship, 220 million for it, and it's nice and fast. I have to carry these expanded cargo hold stuff because I find that the average is around 5,000 on you know what you're taking. The low end I've had about 3,000. The high end I think I've had about 9,700. And let's see if we can even get 9,700 out of this. I have another ship here to show you too, which definitely can. And here's 9,300. So you may not be able to use this ship for every single mission. But let me show you another one here after I put these back up in here. This other ship there's a couple of them. I have this one, which is Galante. Call it dumb
I DC'd
trucker.
out and I never got to the stash.
I don't
Damn
think
it.
I have the fit up anywhere because it's really a dumb fit. But it's really, really cheap. 34 million. It holds 40,000. And if you happen to get popped while you're running a mission, it's a very little loss. I recommend that some of the missions go into low sec to probably not have really high-end implants. Here's another example of a ship that's Caldari, which is 33,000. It's a 10 million-esque ship, and it does pretty well as well. So my recommendation to you, if you are trying to get those faction missions, is to do distribution missions. I've been doing level 4s, and
So it's a lot quicker if I can do a mission in 10 minutes than it is to, do the security missions. It may give you in the specials, though, a security mission. It can give you mining, it can give you security, or it can give you distribution. It can be one of the three. And so you have to be kind of prepared to do all. But anyway, this is the best way I've found to get this. And so you go out and try it, see if it works well for you. But be ready, you're probably going to have to go do some low-sec deliveries. So you're going to want to pick an area that you think will have the least amount of gate camps, the least amount of notice when you're going into low-sec. Or if you find a mission giver for one of the primary empires, Caldari, Amar, whatever.
Maybe I should put a micro warp drive on this
area
thing.
That never gives a low-sec delivery mission, let me know in the comments. I will test it out, try it out myself, because I think that sounds fantastic. Because you greatly reduce the risk there of dying. So, anyway, there you have it. Take care, fly safe, make lots of standings.
Oh yeah, the storyline distribution, I forgot. Many of them will harm your other Empire standings. Find a corp with 2 level 2 distribution agents at the same station. Get a destroyer with 900 M3 cargo. I asked you to go back, you didn't. Yeah. So, okay.
Welcome, Captain, to the
Oh, no, I'm not trying to pick this lock, no.
To proceed, you will need to deposit your codes into the 3 corresponding receptacles. Once they are verified, I will open the door. Your data resides in Unit 18. You will not be able to access any of the other units. Once you've collected your data, return to the entrance. You may insert the first of the archival codes when you're ready to begin.
It's like elaborate, like chest, like it's an elaborate chest. It was sci-fi, I guess. They do use the game's limits to really tell a story and keep your time, you know. Or like fill your time with content. What's the one that makes you run faster? Is it amp? Yeah, amp. I can never get enough amp. Starfield, how to get a lot of amp.